Whoops. I'm very late again, sorry. Hi, I'm here. I was grabbing a drink and realizing I think I have a mosquito bite or bug bite on my ankle. It itches. Anyway, hi guys. I'm here. I'm very late today. I'm so sorry. I stayed up too late again and I slept in again. We are trying to get our schedules back on track before Abby starts school next month, and it is not looking good for us. But we were all staying up till like 4 a.m. Like, Jan has been reading this new book series, and I've been playing WoW, and it's just like it's not been good. So, anyway, we're getting there. So let's see. This is. Cool. Close this. I don't think we need this anymore. We are in the middle of refactoring things. And I realized yesterday, I was like, cool, this is all working. It's working great because I knew it was all local because our gameplay effects are all handled locally. And the buff bar is all handled locally because it's just a widget. And so I was, oh shit. I don't like the sound of that. What's wrong? Buff bar stuff. This add buff is gone. So this was the old really messy function where we would like update the buff and like add a stack to it and hope that it was all matching correctly with the gameplay effect, because I didn't know we had any way of like knowing that or having that information. So we were just kind of like making things up and hoping that things were matching. And sometimes they were, most times they were, and sometimes they weren't. So we're gonna just eat this now. Delete. There it goes. Okay. Remove buffs with tag. That one needs to go away. Remove duplicate item buffs. That might need to stay because I think we're still adding food buffs in a different way. Well, we'll see what happens. I don't really know how food's working yet. It might change. Find new stack count. I don't think this is working anymore. Nope. Anyway, ooh, hello. Cincy? Golfer. What's up, Mateus? Hi, guys. How are you guys all doing today? Okay, I think that's everything. I hope I didn't break anything deleting those. A little nerve-wracking. Okay, let's try again. Oh, now we broke in more things. Because I deleted a function yesterday after testing everything. Okay. So yeah, so the issue we're running into right now is that the server applies the gameplay effects, but it only applies them on the server side, which does affect clients in every way. And then we have a GPC, which is a gameplay queue, which adds like visual effects and things like that. That's what like shows like your burn effect and like your chaos sickness, things like that. But those are triggered client side, but all the other stuff's handled on the server. So the problem is that when we apply these, we try to put these. I'm listening for these new buffs being added. This is a new These are new C++ functions I added in yesterday that I finally got working. I spent like all day trying to get these two events working, and then this one doesn't even work either. This one's gonna get deleted today, actually. This one, so we could technically use this still. The problem is that this handle is just null. It doesn't output a handle. This was GPT's idea, which was a good idea, except it doesn't work. And I was like, why did you spend so much time working on making this work when it didn't? You knew it didn't work. And it was like, I see the confusion. And I'm like, yeah, I don't see the confusion. I just see you being an asshole. I'm really over GPT today. Let's see. Yeah, so these trigger on the server, and because of that, if the client gets an effect, it doesn't actually know it got an effect, so this never triggers. Sorry. Music's kind of loud, at least on my end. Anyway, so yeah, so these don't ever trigger for the client, so they never get buffs. Only the server gets buffs. So, or buffs on, or icons on the bar. They get the buffs, they just don't get the icons for them. So we need to move this whole thing here. All of these essentially need to be added to our player controller, I guess. Yeah. And then what we're gonna do is just hook these binds up. We need these too, at least this one. And that one. And this one. And we're gonna hook these up to just call on the HUD. It'll be fine. Okay, let's copy that. Let's go to player controller. Let's go to RPC, and let's go. We're gonna call this. Call it initialize buff bar, I guess that's fine. Okay, so this is getting player character. Let's do get controlled pawn instead. And maybe we'll just put on the bar. Like this. Let's just call this, that's fine. We'll just do this, and then we'll bring this in. We can delete this, and delete these, and delete this, and we'll need this one though. Oh, I don't want to clear the children every time. Shoot. Let's just do this on. There's been a lot of talk in the Discord about all kinds of stuff, actually. But we have been talking about a lot about 1.0, the price of the game, marketing, things like that. Which is nice. It's cool. It's cool seeing people like in my corner talking about, you know, how to help the game along and stuff. I like it. But yeah, right now my goal is just, I just want to get to 1.0, and I don't know if that means like getting all the content in the game that I wanted, or just Bone Reach and just dungeons and skill trees. I don't know. The problem is that one week I'll just be kind of done with this and I'll be like, I'm just gonna knock out Bone Reach and just get it done and call it that 1.0 and move on. And the next week I'm like, oh man, I really want to make Mistaken Isles. That sounds like so much fun to work on right now. And then I just start jumping into something that we don't need in the game, that I want in the game, you know? And I don't know if it's like a willpower issue or like a focus issue, or I'm just bored. I don't know, but I don't know. Sometimes I just kind of feel like right now I've kind of turned Swords Magic into just like a passion project. It's just kind of like my hobby project. It's the thing I do when I want to work on it. And if I ever get to the point where I don't want to work on it, then I'll just work on Seeking Adventure instead, which is still on hold until I decide to work on it again. Luckily, in game dev terms, or in dev terms, what defines a game being in 1.0 versus alpha? Technically, it's really up to me, right? In my eyes, the game to be 1.0, like I could go set it to 1.0 now and just be like, it's done, you know, like if I wanted to. Technically speaking, I could do that on Steam. We probably get a little bit of hate from like existing players, and I'm sure new players would be like, wait, that's the end of the game? Whereas like there's no like final boss, that, like what the storyline doesn't wrap up, what happened to like Tooth that we talked about in the tutorial. Like I'm sure there'd be confusion and a little bit of like, you know, confusion, like mostly just confusion and probably some frustration and like whatever. Existing players would be really upset about it, probably, at least some of them, because they're the ones that are like have been around for a while and know like what the vision kind of looks like. But yeah, I'm not going to do that because I don't think the game is done yet. So it's really up to me determining when it's done. But technically speaking, I could set it live whenever I want. When you go to like Steamworks and you pull up on your like Steam page where you like manage your game, at the very top of the page it says like there's a button that says like transition from early access into 1.0. When I can press that button, it means that we will no longer have the stigma around early access like many games do. I think working on what makes you happy is good. 1.0 does not need to have Bone Reach. It could be Mistaken Isles and maybe another smaller zone. If the game explodes after 1.0, make Bone Reach DLC. It doesn't matter. There are no set things you have to do. Yeah, and I agree with that, and I like that. I like that you guys understand that. I do want Bone Reach to be done. Like, I think Bone Reach is going to be a cool zone. And the idea is Bone Reach is going to be, like, challenging. Like, it's the final zone of the game. It was meant to be, like, 15 levels of your progression because there's going to be so much combat and so many challenging enemies in it. But, I don't know. It doesn't necessarily need to be like that either. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I do want to add Mistaken Isles, but I think they could just be a little bit of a foray. They're not going to, like, it's going to be a full zone, but it's not going to feel like a full zone because there's no one on Mistaken Isles. Like, anyone living there has been there for a long time and doesn't really have any connections to the outside world. I did have an idea for a while, maybe like the Tinkerers live there with the glider stuff. That would be kind of cool instead of Bone Reach. But I don't know if I like that either. I also, the reason I don't like it is because I kind of want it to be a zone that's like untouched, like no one has been there, like you are exploring it for the first time, really. And so anyone who does live there is just like native to it, and they might not even speak common or whatever language you're speaking. Anyway, oh, ad break. Do you think the game being advertised as alpha makes a difference in terms of player attraction? Cincy, can you still hear me? Or do you have an ad? If you don't answer, I will wait to answer your question. That is fine. Okay, let's go back to player controller. I don't want to seed the bar in here. I want to do this like one time. So I think we're going to call that, I think we're going to put the loop in the function. So we're going to put this here instead. Why? Oh, duh. And this can clear when we first seed it, and then we can loop through, and then we don't have to do anything afterward. Like all this gets moved, because this will all be handled. We called from the player controller. So this will just stay here, and we'll just call those functions from the player controller, and then I think we're done. I think this is like all we need to do. And once we hook that up anyway. Anyway, ad break is over. Okay, good. Let me catch up real quick and I'll answer your question. I think in my opinion, it would be important to have some content with strong co-op attractiveness, like dungeons, for example. Otherwise, I think the amount of content in this game currently is steady, is already really impressive, but I definitely understand your want to feel like you have completed before releasing it. Yeah, I agree. Oh, and right now we're working entirely on skill trees and dungeons, so there will be some co-op stuff here. The thing I'm struggling with is that a lot of players play single player. The majority of our players play single player. Maybe not the majority, probably at least like 50%. I don't even have numbers on this, to be honest, which I really should, and I wish I did. But just based on what I've seen, a lot of people come in and they're like, I bought this for my girlfriend and I, and we're playing this, and we love it. And a lot of people do play in groups, but I think a lot of there's also a lot of players who just don't even like come into the Discord who are just playing single player. Okay, golfer, good to know. I never really think too much about that kind of thing, so it's interesting to know, or think it's such a huge drive. Yes. Okay, so yes, being in early access or alpha, in this case we are in beta. Alpha was our like, is this game functioning? And like, do people like it? That was like our test. And then once we launched in 1.0 beta on Steam, that was our 1.0 launch on Steam originally was beta 1.0, and so we're still in that. So we're at 1.9 something. I don't know what the version is right now. Anyway, I can't keep up with it anymore. Yeah, so the problem is that when people see early access, a lot of games nowadays will launch an unfinished, sloppy, usually sloppy game into early access with a ton of bugs and issues in it, and like pretty much just call it a day, right? And that's the problem. So there's a big stigma around early access games, which understandably so. You know, I personally don't like early access anymore, and I will not release a game in early access anymore. I just think it's a mess and not worth it, because one, as soon as you release an early access, you're like beholden to the player base to do exactly what they want to do, what they want pretty much, which is like, in this case, in Swords of Magic's case, like it's kind of fine. Like I don't feel like restricted there. What I do feel restricted with is like, I can't just move on, right? Like I have to finish the game now, and so it puts you in this like really tough position where you're just kind of stuck working on it, which is fine because you did promise a game and people are paying for it, right? So it makes sense you're stuck there. But I don't want to like be in that position again where I've like made a promise and it's like I have to, I'm like stuck with it, right? It's sort of like borrowing money, you know. That's kind of how I feel about it, you know. It's like when you borrow money from like a family member or something, like every time you see them you're like, yeah, I know, I'm gonna pay you back. I'm getting it, I'm getting there, right? And that's how I feel with early access. Like every single time I stream, every time I talk to anyone, like anytime someone comes into the Steam discussions or the Discord or whatever, I feel like I owe them money and I'm still trying to pay them back, and so I have like this guilt, right? So anyway, yeah, that's kind of the biggest reason I don't like early access, is I don't like that feeling. And also just because there's a huge stigma behind it, and a lot of people will just refuse to buy a game in early access. I've had tons, like I had like, oh man, I always forget who it was. There's a pretty big streamer or YouTuber who played the game, got a lot of views. It was like 70,000 views in like a couple days on the game, and it should have like blown up, right? And he was like, this game is fantastic. My group and I are gonna like, I can't wait to play like a campaign of this. Like we're gonna like get together as a group and play through the whole game. when it hits 1.0. And that was like 3 years ago, right? And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, because like I understand, you know, like if you're someone who like makes a living from this, you don't want to play a game that's gonna be unfinished and then have your audience like, you know, hanging, you know, leave them hanging, wanting more content when there isn't any in the game. I get that. But at the same time, like I don't think this guy understood the scope of the game at the time, because when he played it, Windless Woods was already finished and Delver's Pass was just around the corner, so he would have had hundreds of hours worth of content, right? Especially if he did like secret hunting and stuff like that. And I just feel like if we had a bigger content creator like that playing the game consistently, looking for all the secrets and stuff, and like putting 100 hours into it, I do feel like we'd have like it would be picking up a lot more steam. Then again, if the game was unfinished, then maybe not, because once you got to the end of the content, players would be like, oh, I'm not buying this because that's it. So I get it. I get both sides of it, and I understand. Anyway, yeah, let me get caught up, sorry. What's up, Zazzy? Really have been enjoying watching these streams. Haven't been able to catch them live, so I just watch VODs in the background while I'm playing Swords Magic. Cool. My group of friends are all around 80 to 100 hours in game time on our server. Jeez, that's crazy. Thanks for the support, appreciate it. Do you think they play single player more because the game doesn't really force you to play multiplayer, or maybe because, or more that the type of game attracts the type of player base that usually enjoys single player games? I think this game definitely attracts more multiplayer focused players. Like, I don't know, like when I'm looking for games for like my wife and I to play or whatever, I'm constantly looking for multiplayer things, obviously. And if I saw a game like this, but it was single player, I would probably just move past it, because there's something about multiplayer games where you can like share your progress and like just play together, and like, yeah, like you're like building a world sort of too, with like building houses and stuff, and progressing and things like that. Like I think I just feel like it is definitely multiplayer centric, and I think we do attract a lot of multiplayer players. The problem I think is that we didn't really focus in on multiplayer quite enough. But honestly, I'm not too mad about it, because like I said, there's a lot of players who play single player too. I think it's pretty split, to be honest. I really do think it's pretty split. But I think that the biggest problem is just that whenever I do come up with an idea for like multiplayer content, like I'm like, oh, this would be a cool puzzle if you had 2 people, you had to do this thing or whatever. Then I'm like, oh yeah, but they're single player players, and I don't want to like isolate them, right? So with dungeons especially, this is a really tricky like part of development for me, because I really want dungeons to be like a 4-player thing, right? Like 4 players going through a dungeon together, tank, DPS, healer, tank 2, DPS, healer. I think just fits so well, and I love like the Holy Trinity in like games like World of Warcraft, and so that's always been like a huge inspiration for this game. And so I really want to like have that feeling of like pushing to get through a dungeon and like really strategizing and like stopping between each fight to like heal up and like plan the next one, you know, like maybe even like marking enemies and stuff, which we can kind of do now. So like I just think there's a lot of like things we could be doing to like make the multiplayer content really powerful and like feel good, but at the same time I know it's going to isolate players who don't have friends to play with or don't have like family to play with or whatever. And because of that, I'm like struggling. Like, do we just make the scale the content so it's really easy in single player and then like harder with friends? Like, do we incentivize multiplayer play by adding like more rewards to the dungeon? Do we like what do we do here? And like multiplayer is already kind of incentivized, because when you like mine ore or kill an enemy or whatever, it drops like double loot, right, for you and your friend. Like each of you get, not for you specifically, but you and your friend both get the loot, individual loot, which makes it so like if you're like farming ore or something like that, or if like one player is looking for ore or whatever, if you have like one person who's doing blacksmithing or something, and they're gonna like make everyone else's gear or something like that, then you can like all go mine the ore, pick it all up, and then just give all of your share to that blacksmith afterward, and you get like 4 or 5 times the loot or whatever. And I like that aspect. I think that's really cool, and that does incentivize multiplayer a little bit. But the thing is, if you jumped into single player, you wouldn't even know that was a thing, right, until you played multiplayer. So Do you think this, let's see, 7 Days to Die was in early access for 12, 13 years? Take your time as long as you still enjoy the project. Yes, I have been hearing about 7 Days to Die a lot lately, and I didn't know that. I've never played 7 Days to Die, so I don't know what, I think it's a survival crafting game with zombies. Am I wrong on that one? I know it's a very popular game. I just haven't played it. I don't really like zombie games very much anymore. I feel like I'm a little burnt out on them. Can you make a system so the player can queue or select multiplayer or single player? Then if they select single player, spawn an NPC, they can do the second person part. Yeah, that is also an option. My problem is the AI is a little bit tricky in this game and a little sloppy some places. And it's a little difficult to like implement new AI stuff like that. Though I think we can make it work. And that's kind of, right now, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I like the idea that you can like summon allies or whatever that are AI that will just like follow you around, and they're NPCs. I'm not gonna say AI because it's got a stigma now. It's not that kind of AI. It'll just be NPCs that just follow you around, and like probably just like a healer version and maybe a tank version. I don't know. So it'll probably just be like you can play like 3 players or something. But yeah, that's kind of like, that's on the list right now as an option. Dungeon instances, easy 1 to 2 players, medium 2 to 3 players, hard 3 to 4. We could do that, but like then you're almost incentivized, like if the game is like, if you're not good at the game, if you and your group are like just kind of casual, which is fine, this game is pretty casual, then you're incentivized to split up your group to play easier versions of the dungeon, right? Like, I mean, well, I guess if it scales, then that's fine too. And we can easily just scale it based on the amount of players going in. And I don't know. I think keeping the dungeon the same difficulty and then making it like incentivizing group play and saying like this is intended to be like played with friends. Also, here's another idea that I've been having that I think would add a lot to it when the game hits 1.0 is adding like a group finder or dungeon finder system that uses a backend server that we control, obviously. And then that will send a ping or like have like a group find thing or whatever to all players that are playing the game at that moment. So if you are trying to do a dungeon and you don't have any friends to play with, you can just do the group finder thing or whatever, and then other players around the level or whatever will get like notified that someone's looking for a group, whatever, and they can open their group finder and join it if they want to. That's an idea. It'll essentially just be like another server, like invite thing, whatever, and then they can just immediately join you from their game. So that's one idea too. Dungeon instances that differ in map, loot, etc. based on how many players queue for it. So single player dungeon has different puzzles than 2 to 4 player. I can kind of do that a little bit, but not to the full extent that you think. I can't do instances at all based on how the multiplayer is set up. So it would have to just be spawning in like modular dungeons with like different things, which can work, just a lot more difficult to set up that way. Anyway, this needs to be run on only client. It should probably be reliable. And we need to call this, what's wrong? I need to do get HUD. Cast to VP HUD, and I need to get buff bar, no, get player UI, then get buff bar, then we do seed init buffs. Okay, and then after that, this is what we're going to bind. We do get player character. Actually, get owning. Get. Oh my god. Get. Controlled pawn. That we want. Get component by class. Yes. Oh no, that's here actually. We don't need this. We don't need this at all. We just do this. Cool. And then we should probably... Oops. I guess we'll just promote this. I don't know. I don't like it, but... I think I kind of got to do it so we can use it down here. Oh no, that's not what we want. We want UGE. And technically we could check for leaving, but I don't think we need it right now. I think we're gonna leave it off for now. What's this? Handle setting up initial buffs and then binds to newly added / removed buffs. Oh, this is fine. We just don't want to do the buff bar. Oh, we could promote it here though. No, we don't want to promote it here. Never mind. But we need to call that whatever function it was. Initialize buff bar. Okay. Now we should be good to go. Okay, so this will initialize the bar. It'll run on the owning client. We hit our gameplay effects. We seed them to the buff bar, and then we bind to this new gameplay effect, and we send that to the buff bar every time. That should be good. I think we should be able to do this now. Test. Okay, have you considered the dungeons having their own difficulty that can be set at the entrance that scales to player team size? Loot can be scaled also, or higher drop rates increase the more difficult modes. Yeah, and that's sort of planned. But I'm only gonna do two difficulty modes. One is gonna be the the difficulty of the zone. So so the Goblin dungeon, the very beginning, that's the first dungeon in the game. That's gonna be like a level 12 to 15 dungeon, probably somewhere in there, and that'll just be it. Unless you complete the dungeon, then you can switch to like epic mode or whatever, or mythic mode, or I don't know what we're gonna call it yet. Some other like dungeon mode, like a hardcore mode, sort of thing. And then the dungeon will get much harder, and it'll scale up to cap level, which is level 50, maybe 60. We'll see. Right now it's 50. So then it's like an end game, like you're playing that as end game, and the loot will switch at that point too. At least that's the idea. So we'd have two loot tables for the dungeon. If I have to do more than that, the loot tables are going to get more, like, it's going to get kind of intense. It's going to be too much work to like set up all those loot tables for every difficulty. Hey, thanks so much for the gifted sub. Appreciate that. That was nice of you. Can you make systems so the player can queue or select MP or multiplayer? Yep. Okay. Talk about that. Dungeon instances that differ in map, loot, etc. based on how many players. Queue for it, so single player dungeon has different puzzles than 2 to 4 players. Yeah. Oh, it's nighttime for the client for some reason. This is probably just like a loading issue that I like to assume will eventually fix. Okay, so that didn't work at all, and I'm not even getting effects now? What? I'm hanging every single time I get a new buff for 2. And oh my god. Never mind, the effects are working. They were just lagging like crazy. I mean, this is just an editor bug, I think. I don't know why that would be happening. Okay, so GPCs are working. What's not working is the buff bar still. So I've done something wrong, I guess. Let's put a sprint in here. I swear by having this run on owning client, this should be working for clients. Maybe I'm just mishooking something else up. Or I did something wrong. Or maybe it's not working at all. I missed that print because it is flooded by all these other stupid things. Let's go take all these stupid... Let's do found manager. Okay, turn all those ones off. And the other one was, oh, what was it? What did it say? It's on the player component. What was it? Shit. We'll find it right now. Anyway, yeah, I think like the best move is probably just to keep the game balanced around 4 players, and then just let players have NPC companions that go in with them. And I think we just make it like we pop up and say like, if you're playing single player, or this dungeon is intended for 4 players, do you want to bring in a companion? Achievements, that's what it is. Oh, I still didn't see it. My god. How did I miss it? I think it's in here. Oh, I spelled it wrong. I like dungeons to be more difficult. Today I think the game is easy in normal mode. Next character I create will be in hard mode, so I have more challenge. Yeah. And that's the plan too. I also think, I don't know, like I do like the idea of making the game more challenging, because I also think that with skill trees and like more buffs, like now with like the do and everything, like there's a lot of ways to get a lot of stats, right? So I think the idea is let's It's just still on the server. What? Why would that be on the server? The idea is that like we should have more difficult content. And I'm hoping that dungeons will be part of that, and so will Bone Reach. I'm just afraid because I do know that there are players who enjoy the more casual aspect of the game, which is why we did player or character specific like difficulties modes. And I want to make sure that the game scales well for everyone, and that's hard to do. Where is this called from again? Event on Possess is only happening on the server. GPT is so stupid. It is checking is local player controller. We probably don't want this. We probably want this to do a sequence here. On the more challenging topic, is there a way to just make a server difficulty in the server settings? That way it kind of encourages co-op. Nope, it's all, I mean, there's a way to do it, but I don't want to do it. For a couple reasons. One, because I don't, like, players can jump in between servers whenever they want to. Okay, I got a client, take that time. Still not showing up on the buff bar though, and I don't know why, because I definitely got a client call. Which is weird. Hold on, why are we not testing to see if this works on the server? Yeah, so one, players can jump in between any servers or worlds they want to at any time, so I don't want some, like, we already have enough issue with like not having enough players in the game, right? So if we incentivize, if we're like pushing, like, this server is a hardcore server, so you can only play on it if you're really good at the game or whatever, that kind of like limits which servers like players can jump into, like, you know what I mean? Not that it matters, because I don't think players like just jump into random servers very often anyway. All right, so it's showing up for the server. Why is it not showing up on the client? Okay. So yeah, anyway, but also I don't like the idea that one player who sets up the server then controls every player in the game, right? Like, because a lot of friend groups, like, for example, like, I don't know, let's say me and Jana are playing, right? I want a more difficult experience. I want like combat to be challenging and like like make me feel like rewarded when I actually beat a boss or whatever. And Jana is the opposite. She is not interested in like more difficult combat. So if we had that server side, that means that I either have to choose a game mode that doesn't play well with me or doesn't play well with her, and then one of us is not going to have a good time. So yeah, so since characters are not locked into the world, she can make her character on easy, and I can make my character on forgotten if I want to, which is the permadeath mode. So like, I think that just works the best. Also, if we did, so another reason we don't have server settings right now, like major like server customization settings, because I love that in games and I would like to add it. The problem is that we have a bit of a community like economy going on that I want to like lean in on, because I really do like when players like find rare items and they trade for other items and stuff. And I want to do more of that, and I want to incentivize multiplayer play, even if it's through just trading items, right? So if we do something like you can influence the drop rate on your server, that completely kills the player economy, right? Because now one player can just be like, well, I really want this item. I could buy it off of this person in the Discord or whatever. Or I can just set us or make a new world, set the drop rate to 20,000 or whatever, you know, you can scale it up to. Make the game super easy, and I can just run through and kill this boss 100 times and get the items I want, right? Like, it trivializes getting the items, which then gives it no value, right? So all those items that everyone wants to do or wants to collect and trade and everything, and they're all excited for, that like Red sells in his like online shop in the Discord or whatever, like all those things that people are making a ton of money off of and like getting cool rare items from, all becomes useless at that point if it's set up that way. Out of curiosity, don't want to rush you on anything. What's the plan on releasing the next area of the map? The next zone is either going to be Mistaken Isles or Bone Reach, or hell, maybe it'll be Blackrook Vale. Who knows what it'll be? Maybe it'll be whatever I feel like randomly working on next. But right now, I don't have an ETA for that because I'm mostly focused on getting skill trees and dungeons in. So once those are finished, then I'll be focusing on the next zone. So I don't know. Hopefully a few months at most. We'll see what happens. You could potentially have unique items that only drop on the epic difficulty, maybe a custom effect that only the epic version drops, or make the drop rate higher on the epic difficulty and make it extremely rare in lower tiers. See, and I've considered that too, but here's the problem with that. And this is exactly like this is exactly the problem I'm running into for all of this. Is now what that means is like Zazzy's wife and my wife now are punished for not being good at the game, right? Now they don't get the high drop rates, they don't get the cool version of the item. Like, they now have to play the game, they have to get better at the game to do those things, which is like understandable, but I just sort of feel like players should be able to play at their own pace, and it's a casual game as it is, and it's not meant to be a hardcore game. And even though I want more difficult content, there's like ways to mitigate that difficult content with like, you know, buffing up more before fighting, right? If you prep more, then you are more prepared for the fight, and that's great. But it's like, I don't know. I just think that I just sort of feel like rewarding players for being good at playing video games is fine, but not in this game, right? Does that make sense? Yeah, or make us carry them through and they're not enjoying it if they're dying all the time. Exactly. Yeah, so that's kind of the issue with that. Like, I have considered it. And like, another thing is like, yeah, if we do... Okay, so the two versions of the dungeons we're going to have now is like the core level, like that's like the default, like I'm going through this zone, let's do this dungeon, cool. And the idea for that is that like, I want players to have like a gauge for difficulty, right? So if you're in Azura and you're like, oh man, we're like level 8, level 9 now, let's go try that dungeon. And you go through the dungeon and it's like a level 10, level 12 dungeon over, and it's crazy hard and you're like, okay, we can't do this yet. Then you can leave and go back like through more quests in Azura, get better gear, whatever, level up a little more, and then you go back to the dungeon again, and now you can beat the dungeon, and that feels good, right? And then, now that you've beat the dungeon, you have the option to scale it up to the end game difficulty. Well, obviously you can't beat that yet, so you get to go through the rest of the game, whatever, and then you get to that experience that like same like challenge whatever for every dungeon, where you decide when you're ready to go into it. And maybe you just don't worry about the dungeon unless it's like a quest related dungeon or something, which the goblin will be. You can just like bypass the dungeon or whatever, come back to it when it's way easier, sure, but it's not gonna be like the same reward whatever. But then when you hit cap level, say you're level 50, and you're like, damn, look at me, I'm like got all this epic gear on, like I look really cool, and I have like this really awesome weapon, and I'm like, you know, super high level, and I've filled out my skill tree, and I'm doing all these cool things, and I've got like this awesome mount, whatever. Now I'm ready to do those epic dungeons. Then you go back through, and you can do the hardcore, like high level goblin dungeon. But the thing is, it's just scaled to your level. It's not like it's extra hard. I mean, it will be extra hard, because like it's end game, right? Like that's like the hardest stuff in the game to do, so it should be harder than all the other content. So it is extra hard, but it's not like it's like scaled extra hard, because like it just is. And so it's going to have better drops and different drops, because it's going to be like end game drops, right? That's going to be like the very end game drops. Like those are the best in slot like stuff coming from those dungeons now. But the difference is that anyone can still do it, right? And ideally you can still bring in like the AI NPCs if you want to, or ideally you just have friends in, because those dungeons are gonna be hard enough that you should probably just have real people helping you, which might actually make it more difficult than AI. I don't know. But still, like it's not like there's two different difficulty levels where like at level 20 or level 15 or whatever, you're like, hey, I want to do the harder difficulty one because it has better loot, right? The end game one will have better loot, but it's still accessible by everyone, right? That's the idea. What, reward us for good noodles? Sure. Maybe a super luck potion or a drop rate potion or trinket. We already have lucky, and I don't want to change that anymore. Here's the thing. We had a whole luck stat that you could like increase, that would increase drop rate. And the problem is that players obsessed over it. They gave up on every other stat in the game. They didn't care about focus or stamina or anything like that. Stamina, it's stamina. They only cared about luck. And so I refactored it to make players focus on other stats. So now all you have is a buff called Lucky, which gives you a double roll anytime you roll for loot, and that gives you like the better of the two rolls. That's all it does. Period. That's it. So players can have Lucky on all the time, and no one obsesses over like stacking up like luck stats. It's just that. And by adding even more luck to that, all we're gonna do is make players obsess over that now. So I refuse to do any more luck stuff. That's all there is just Lucky. Period. And that also means that I can balance our loot tables easier, because before it was impossible to balance them, because players would like stack up like 15 luck, and it was like adding 15 to their like rolls, which would make it so you literally couldn't not roll the thing you needed. Like it was just it was ridiculous. The system was designed pretty poorly in the first place, but it's much better now. Yeah, so anytime there's like a buff where it's like anything to do with loot, like everyone will just focus on that buff, and so I'm obviously not doing that. Just give the players option. I'm hardcore for dungeons, so they can run it solo and have the real challenge difficulty. Yes, yeah, you'll be able to run dungeons solo if you want to, and you can do it on forgotten characters or hard characters, whatever, and maybe you'll get achievements for that. Who knows? But yeah, that's the plan. I don't mind having achievements for difficult things, because personally I'm not a big achievement hunter, and I feel like if you are an achievement hunter, then you need to be good at a game, right? That's like a casual player doesn't need to get all the achievements in a game, because that's not a casual thing to do, in my opinion, right? So if you're gonna be an achievement hunter, you probably have to get good at a game to get all the achievements. So I have no problem locking achievements behind difficult challenges. It just can't be in-game items. It can't be like standard loot stuff that you would normally get in the game, locked behind difficult things. Like I think everyone should have a chance to get all the loot in the game. And of course, it's like there are going to be some things that are more difficult, right? Like CM Simpson is a very casual combat player who loves the game and has been playing it pretty much since it launched. Has like, I think at least 250, if not like 300 or 400 videos on the game, and each one is like an hour long. So she has more content than most players do, and she's not like the best at the game, right? Like as far as like combat goes, I'd say she's probably the best at the game as far as like questing and understanding the lore and everything goes, because she actually reads everything and she actually understands it all, and she finds like all the secrets and figures it all out, and she's awesome at that stuff. But yeah, like I don't want to build content that she and other players like her literally just can't do, because just for the sake of like making hard content, right? So I want to make sure the content is scalable in a way that like anyone, like the most casual player, can still do it, even if it's a little more challenging for them. Then that's fine. But I also like the idea that there's, you can make it more challenging by setting your difficulty, harder. And I think that's where it makes sense to me. Just give the players the option for hardcore. Yep, got it. When you say it like that, it makes sense. Yeah. Another game I know has a luck stat, and we ended up doing exactly that. Our entire build / gear was based around maxing luck stat. Yep. Yeah, it was really easy to realize that was happening, and so we refactored that real fast. It's definitely my favorite buff during the Crimson Moon. Yeah, and that's fine. Like, and people can stock it up, right? It's not hard to get lucky. Like, that's fine. It's that's the intention of it. Like, everyone should be running it at pretty much all times, right? If they have the option to. It still does like for example, the Astronomer's Tea, it gives you luck, which does mean that you are no longer getting a drink buff. So that's why like I plan on having more trinkets and stuff that give you lucky, so you can like swap one of those slots out or whatever, or maybe even some like buffs from your. I've been thinking about doing decorating based buffs, so giving like I was thinking about putting like I don't know how to handle it yet, but the idea is that like every piece of furniture would have like a score on it, sort of. Probably just kind of based on its like crafting level or whatever, maybe like 1 to 3 or something. And so if you have a high enough score in your, or maybe it would just be like matching like tags or something, I don't know. But you basically like decorate your house, and then you'd get like a certain score. And if you get a high enough score, you can like unlock new buffs that trigger when you're in your house. Maybe it would be like I don't know, like a homestead stone or something. I don't know what it would be. It would be like some statue or something you put in your house, and you interact with it, and maybe you can choose from like 3 buffs or something, based on the level. And so, or maybe like 3 buffs on each level or something, I don't know. Anyway, so the idea is like one of them would be lucky. So instead of like, and that would mostly just be like simple buffs like movement speed, carry capacity, or lucky, maybe some of that. Those are 3 you choose from. And so you'd be able to choose one of those, so it wouldn't like you could use that instead of using one of your other like buff slots, you know what I mean? Anyway, moving on. Maybe we'll make that today for fun. Maybe not. Maybe we'll try to fix this bug. So my favorite buff, title achievements, always good for that. Yes. Good. I don't know what's going on with this. We have a Google Home behind me, and it's been randomly just talking to us. The other night it said something about how, I don't remember what has happened. I think I told Abby or something that I loved her, and then the Google was like, oh, that's nice of you or something, and I was like, okay, what? I'm about ready to turn it off. It's freaking me out. Could we have some sort of item that could trigger certain moon events, or are you trying to keep moon events completely random? I like that they're random right now, so it gives you. So here's the thing. I know everyone wants to farm the Crimson Moon event. I know, and I agree, and I get that. I think it would be cool to have an item you get like from a dungeon or something, or just some way that would like increase the chances of certain moons. Like maybe like a dancing mode or something would be kind of cool. But I also don't think that we should have a way to just trigger the moon, because the idea is that you're playing the game and I'm going to go do this quest, or I'm going to go work on farming or something, right? And you're playing the game, and then one of these moon events triggers, and you're like, oh, it's this moon. I have to switch up my gameplay now. And that throws a wrench in your plans, right? And changes the game a little bit for you, and you get to do something else now. And I love that because that's exactly why we're adding weather. That's why I added things like that. The reason is because I felt like the game was starting to get kind of stale because nothing like if you were planning on doing something, that's the thing you did, right? There's nothing like that would stop you from doing that. Nothing would no random events would pop up and like change your mind or change your plans or whatever. And I felt like that kind of like was getting stale. And so the idea for the moon events were something that just kind of added a little bit of like mystery to the world and a little bit of like I don't know, just kind of like a little I guess dynamism. I don't know, that's the best term. Thanks for the follow. All P, are you solo dev or developing with friends team or whatever you call? No, I'm solo right now. At one point we had a team of 5 players. At one point we had a team of 5 developers on the game, but I ran out of money. I was paying them out of my savings at one point, and I ran out of savings. So we know it's now just me solo. What's up, DBZ boy? Is that Dragon Ball Z? I grew up watching Dragon Ball Z. I want to say it was like every weeknight. I don't remember what it was. It was like it came on at like 10 o'clock. I think it was where I lived. And like every single night, I remember like staying up till 10. Actually, you know what? I couldn't stay up till 10. I remember now. I had a VCR and I would set it to record at 10 o'clock. So I would catch like the last 2 minutes of Sailor Moon, I think it was, that I would watch, and I'd be like get the little recap at the end of every Sailor Moon and see whatever cliffhanger was left on, and then Dragon Ball Z would start. This was like in the late 90s. The problem is that because the Crimson Moon is new, everyone is trying to get the items in a next character. People will have this feeling of lots of things to do and events happening. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So here, this is exactly the problem, and this is like been a struggle for me from the beginning. How you're modeling characters and animating it. I'm trying Blender, but it's terrible. I use Maya, but I don't know if I recommend Maya because it's expensive. I pay $250 a year for Maya, but I also have a degree in game art, and I've been using Maya since like 2016. No, 2014, somewhere in there. So I've been using it for a long time, and I really love Maya, so I like using it. It's a lot faster to me than Blender and a lot less hotkeys and shortcuts. You kind of just push the buttons and it's easy to go. It's easy to do. That's what I focus on. But once you understand the fundamentals, you can pretty much use any software. You just have to like learn the software like works. Anyway, I'm doing good, DBZ boy. Thank you. How are you? So Mateus, this is a struggle I've had since the beginning. Is a lot of players in the game are existing players, right? And so it's hard because I release content mostly for existing players, but everything I design, I try to think of a brand new player experiencing it, because that's what's going to make the game good in the end. If a player can play through with no prior knowledge, and they haven't been following early access, whatever, and they get the full experience, and it's like actually a good game from then on. And that's kind of scary because it's also like scary for me because I feel like we're not going to have a lot of new players in this game, and I feel like the only players that are left playing it and will be playing it forever are the ones that are already playing it. So I also feel like maybe I should be leaning a little more in on the players that are already playing and less so on new players. But I'm staying strong to the idea that everything I add is there designed around a new player, which means some situations are, yes, existing players are like, oh man, I have to, like the storms, for example, like they really want more storms, right? And so they want a way to like skip past all that stuff. But the idea is if you play a new character from the very beginning and you don't know any of this stuff, this kind of stuff is just going to randomly occur, and you're going to see it over and over and over again as you're playing the game normally. And it'll get to the point where it's like you don't feel the need, because of that, you won't feel the need to like trigger it every single night because you're not farming it, right? You're just experiencing it like it's supposed to be experienced. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. How long have you been using Blender? LP. If you're interested in courses, I have a link. Actually, oh, I just realized that's probably not going to send. Let's send it again through Twitch. Then I can copy it. There you go. That's a link. It's an affiliate link to Game Dev TV, which is a website that I use for learning game development. There's a lot of courses on there. I actually have my own course on there. It's not a great course. It was kind of a last minute thing we threw together to put on there, but it's on there. Whatever. But their website is amazing, and their stuff. I'm actually in a real dev, but I'm trying Blender during 1 month. Cool. That's awesome. Yeah. Well, there's awesome Blender courses on there. And if you sign up for one, I also get a little bit of the money. I get a kickback. So if you wanted to do that, use that link, you can. But the Blender user, or the Blender, oh my God, instructor on there is named Grant, and he is absolutely amazing. He has like the most relaxing, calm voice I've ever heard. And he's super easy to follow along with. And he does a great job of like teaching Blender in like the best way possible. So yeah, you can check that out if you want, if you're looking for tutorials. There's also free stuff on YouTube, you know, if you don't want to spend money, get that. I think skill trees will make players create more characters to try new builds. I think this decreases the problem. I agree. Yes. One problem I've run into, and this is like, I call this like the Skyrim problem. So in Skyrim, when you play a character, right, eventually, with given enough time, your skill tree is completely maxed out, right, in everything. So you're the best stealth archer there is in the game. You're the best warrior there is in the game. Like you're a god of everything, right? There's nothing you can't do in that game, right? You just switch your weapon and you're pretty much invincible in every stat, in every spec. And I think that's like the lamest thing in video games, right? Because one, I don't like when players are just like completely invincible. Like a player or a character in a fantasy world should not be, you know, a god essentially. They shouldn't be perfect in everything. I think the best characters have weaknesses and strengths, right? Every good fantasy writer will tell you that. Like if your character doesn't have weaknesses or flaws, then that's terrible, right? You don't want like Mary Sue characters running around. So is that the right term, Mary Sue character? Maybe I'm using that wrong. Anyway, so the idea is I don't, right now in Swords of Magic, you can level up all of your skills and become, you know, level 35 in all of them and like master everything essentially. Same with crafting. So I think skill trees are going to fix this because you are limited, right? You can't just level up and put points in every single skill tree. We're going to like avoid the Skyrim problem. You can level up all of your classes and master them all, but you won't be able to put the points in the skill tree. So you can swap out your skill tree whenever you want. Sure, that's fine. But I like the idea. I don't know. I also really do like the idea that players have to make new characters. And I think they will, because I think they'll like the idea like they have an orc warrior or something, and then like a fawn like rogue or whatever, right? So I do think players will start new characters to do the skill trees instead of just shifting or like rebuilding their skill tree, especially if they like how they have it set up, you know, in a certain way. That way I don't have to like go swap out all their gear and all their like food and all that stuff to like optimize their character. It'll just be easier to have a second character. So hopefully that's what they do, because I don't want to limit that either. I don't want to force players into like having to make a new character if they don't want to. Slingshot build, yeah. I like the idea of locking into a build with limited skill points. It gives a sense of role. Exactly, yes. Didn't know that, but I like that for skill trees not being a max for all of it. Yes, yeah, you'll be able, so the idea is you'll be able to max one tree and get about halfway up another one, or you can split them however you want, right? But you'll have enough points to max 1.5 trees. So you can kind of like focus on one full tree as like your primary, and then have like a secondary skill, or you can go like half and half where you get like 3/4 of each tree. But the idea is that like the end like end game skill on each tree or whatever is really, really good to incentivize players to get to the end of it, right? So you will like kind of max out one tree, but who knows? I'm sure players are going to find some crazy builds where they pick and choose a couple points from every tree, and they'll just be like this jack of all trades, like really powerful character, and that's totally fine too. Yeah. I'm also thinking about doing the same thing for professions, because I also really like the idea that you like kind of master your trade. So what I'm thinking is when we kind of redesign the profession or the crafting system, you'll have like 4 tiers, for example. And the idea is I'm thinking you'll only be able to get to the 3rd tier. And then the 4th tier will be like end game stuff. Maybe we'll do 5 tiers. You'll be able to go to like all 4 tiers until the 5th tier. And the 5th one will be end game. Like that's like level 50 and up, right? And that one will be limited. You can only pick one of those. You have to go find like a master tradesman or whatever, master blacksmith, master carpenter, whatever. And then they'll train you in it. But when that happens, you can't train in the other ones. So it like increases your level cap for just that one. So that way, like not all players can master every single profession either. They do have to choose one at the end. And I'm actually really tempted to make players like choose 2 from the very beginning, very World of Warcrafty, because I really like the idea of like, I like the idea of like leveling up with a friend where you're focusing on like blacksmithing and they're focusing on like tailoring or something, right? And then you're like helping each other, like they're making you bandages and you're making them arrows. I don't know, whatever. Oh, that's carpentry. I don't know. But I think the reason I'm kind of avoiding that is because we don't really have enough cross, like there's not enough reason, like if you're a warrior, there's no reason to like learn carpentry, for example, right? You're mostly just benefiting from blacksmithing at that point, so there's not really any point to like bleeding over. But I think end game we could design it around that. So like there's certain things in the blacksmith tree that helps everyone. There's certain things in the carpentry tree that helps everyone, etc., etc. I was thinking of doing something like PoE or Dragon Quest, but I want there to be classes that have different strengths, like you mentioned. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Let me catch up. I missed your first message. How much coding do you think is needed for making a game? I have no prior coding knowledge at all, and I just want to get into it as a passion thing. Not really that interested in doing it for a living. Also, what advice would you have for someone without any prior coding knowledge to start at all? I think Unreal Engine is a good place to start if you don't have any prior coding knowledge, because you don't need to like really know code. You just need to know how to like put nodes together, right? And understand what each node does. But you do need to understand game logic, like game programming logic. And that's where it gets kind of tricky. Luckily, Unreal Engine makes that pretty easy as well, as long as you kind of understand like the basic like layout of how things like go together, like class inheritance and variables and things like that. You can kind of make whatever you want. Here's how I learned to make games, and the way that it like really stuck with me. Instead of going through and learning everything there is to know about making games, or coming up with this crazy game design idea and then like going through and finding tutorials for every aspect, and every step of the way, what I did is I had a very, very simple idea. My idea was I want to make a game like an open world platformer game. Like it was like an adventure platformer. I think it was literally called Adventure Platformer. It was it was probably my second project in Unreal Engine. So my first one was just kind of like testing to see if you could make games with blueprints, and you could. So then I was like, hey, I'm gonna make a game now. And it was supposed to be just a throwaway project just to learn the engine, and then I was gonna start a real project. So what I did is my idea was I just want like an open world that like I can just run around and explore. And I want to kind of have like a hub in the town where you can just buy upgrades for your weapons, or buy new weapons, whatever. And then you go out, and the further you get from town, you fight monsters. That was my basic idea. Then I kind of broke that down, and I was like, hey, what do I really want to like figure out how to do? Because I don't know how to do any of that. And so the first idea was like, let's just get a player moving around. So I went into my 3D modeling software, which was Maya at the time, or still Maya, which is Maya. And I made this stupid little like cube-shaped character out of some boxes, because I didn't want to spend time making characters, even though like I could do that. I didn't want to like sculpt things and like like rig it and animate it and all that stuff. So I just made some really basic things, went and found some animations on Mixmo or whatever, and I put the character in, and then I learned how to like make it move around, right? I plugged it into like the character controller or whatever, and I started playing with it. And once I had a character moving, then I was like, okay, what's the next thing I want to do? So I just, instead of having like I did had kind of a broad sense of like what I wanted to make in the end, but instead of like following that like a roadmap, I just kind of played with it. It was sort of like I was just playing with like clay, right? And whatever like happened next, whatever like the clay turned into next is kind of where I went. So I had a character move around. Then the next idea was like, oh, what if I could make them jump? Cool, I got them jumping. Now, what if I could have them pick up a sword and like it appeared in their hand? So then I put a sword on the ground, and when you walked over it, then it snapped into your hand. And I was like, hey, how do I make them like swing the sword? So I just did one little bit at a time and just added a little bit to it over time. And instead of like looking up tutorials on how to make an open world survival crafting game or something, like, and then following this massive tutorial thing and learn how to make that specific game, I just kind of like played with it like they were toy, like it was a toy, right? And I just feel like if you go into game development thinking about it from that aspect, like it's just, you're just playing and you're just having fun with it, then you're not going to get burnt out. You're not going to get like overwhelmed or frustrated, and you're not gonna quit because you're just playing and it's just fun. So that's how I would approach it, is just go into Unreal Engine. Also, once you feel like you have enough experience and like you understand like things enough to like make a game, then instead of going and saying, okay, now I have like this experience, I was able to like figure out how to like equip a sword and fight monsters and like level up or whatever. I built all those things. Now I can make a game. And instead of turning around and saying, I'm gonna make an MMO, I'm gonna make this thing, or I'm gonna make this thing, and start designing out a game, don't do that. Instead, like, think about the mechanics you know how to build already, and then design your game around the things you already know. You're gonna learn more things along the way, things that like pop up that you wouldn't think about, or you're gonna find better ways to do things, or you're gonna want to add little features here and there that make you like research new things. But if you design a game around what you already know, like I know how to use like booleans and switch statements, and I know how to use like data tables, and I know how to use this thing, and I know how to use this thing. So let's build a game with those things in mind, rather than designing a game not knowing how to make it at all. Because then you're just gonna burn out. Make sense? Yes, start with the smallest, simplest game you can possibly think of. 100%. Yes. Also, if you're working in Unreal Engine, I don't recommend starting with like puzzle games. I don't recommend doing like UI based games. Maybe a little bit. It kind of depends. I don't know. I highly recommend making a game with like characters, because that's where Unreal shines. Unreal really is good at like character driven games. Like even if they're like first person shooters or third person like action games, whatever, things like that is where Unreal really shines. And it's like designed around that thing. You can build UI based games and puzzle games and stuff in it, but it's just going to be a lot more work and a lot less like cookie cutter for you. So definitely I suggest sticking to like character driven things at the start until you have a good grasp of the engine. Adbreak cut him off perfectly. Oh shoot. My simple idea was Adbreak. Oh, so sorry. My simple idea was I want to make an open world platformer like adventure game. And so I made a stupid like square cube character and started making simple mechanics. And the plot twist is that same game, that very first adventure platformer, evolved into Swords and Magic, which is now my bread and butter, and like puts not my bread and butter. It puts bread on the table. That's what I'm trying. It's my breadwinner. Is that what I'm trying to say? I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, this is the very first like. I mean, I fixed it up a little bit and like tweaked some stuff, but like this is almost exactly what the first like character model looked like. And yeah, it was, I don't know how I ended up getting sucked into this for so long. Now it's turned into this massive world with like so much content and everything. But yeah, what's up, Summon? We get it. Generally there's bread involved. Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Anyway, let's figure out why the hell this isn't working now. So let's go back to our player controller. This is working. This is printing on server and client. This is probably working. I have no idea if it's working. And then this right here, I think we need to put a breakpoint in here. But let's wait until we launch the game, because I'm pretty sure we're going to trigger like 100 times while we're loading up. Boy, I'm on, it's like tangent day, I guess, huh? I keep getting really distracted. Okay, let's go back here and let's put a breakpoint here. And let's run through this fire. I don't get it. Why is this not triggering for clients? I think we might have to trigger this on the server and then RPC it to the clients. I don't know. I feel like this bind is not going to work for clients. Like, I don't think it's ever hitting clients. Okay, so can we just make this? Nope, we can't. Okay, we're gonna try this instead. Remove that. That means this thing does not need to be running on. It doesn't need to be replicated. We don't need this. We're gonna put this here. That means we also need to RPC this though. And we need this needs to happen on the client as well. And then we call that. Okay, let's try this, I guess. Oh, I guess one last thing. We don't want this running on the client anymore. We want this. We only want this to happen. Oh God. I guess this can just go here now. Actually, we don't want this. Yeah, I guess we want a sequence here. And this can just run on this server. Okay. Well, music is hitting my nostalgia so hard. Yeah, I started playing again recently. A friend and I started playing classic Mists of Pandaria that just came out, I think. And then he was like, I kind of want to try retail. He never played before, so it was his first like foray into WoW at all. And I was like, you got to try classic, because it's like that's like the leveling experience, and like classic you kind of just shoot up to like cap level instantly. And he was like, okay, yeah. So I got him to play classic. Yes, it's working. We did it. Oh my god, that was annoying. So annoying. Okay, we're working though. Beautiful. That buff bar is so much cleaner. Working great. Anyway, so yeah, we started playing classic, and then he was like, I want to play retail, and I was like, okay, we can try it. So we jumped over and tried retail, and now he's like, I'm gonna stick to retail, and I was like, no, what happened? I thought I'd sucked him into classic enough, but he's not into it, and it crushes my soul a little bit. It makes me a little sad. We got to like level 40 too in classic. Well, we were playing Pandaria, so it's like, it's not like classic, but still, yeah, all the way to freaking level 40, and then he gave up. He gave up and wanted to go to retail, and now retail's ridiculous. We sunk like at least 40 hours probably into our characters, right? And we also started like 3 times because he couldn't find a class he liked, and he still can't. He still hasn't, like, even in retail, he hasn't like settled on one yet. But we switched over. I'm gonna close the window. Hang on. Dude's out there wrecking my vibe with his whatever he's doing, yard work stuff. Anyway, sorry about that. Anyway, what was I saying? We've put like at least 40 plus hours into that character to get to level 40, right? We got our first, or our second mounts, which is the 100% movement speed mounts, and we're like zipping around Western Plaguelands, like leveling up and everything. And then we switch over to retail, and in like 2 hours we have freaking dragons we're flying around on, and we're like invincible because everything scales to you, but it scales to the point where it's like everything's too easy, you know? And so like the whole game is like, it's like a baby version of World of Warcraft, where it's like, here, I'll hold your hand. I don't want you to get bored or lonely, or I don't want you to, like, you know, think this game is too hard or anything. So here you go. Let me just hold your hand. It's so dumb. I really don't like it. I just feel like there's zero progression at all. Like you're just like thrown into this game world with so much stuff. Like it's just so overwhelming. Like all the crafting stuff is just like, what is all this? Like we're in Dragon Isles, and it's like, I'm level 12. Like what the hell's going on? Anyway, see, 1 button rotation added. Yes, I did. And I saw a couple videos on it where like people were talking about how like it actually is kind of nice even for like veterans of the game, because then you can focus more on movement and like playing the game rather than just like your hotkeys. And then they also said it kind of like limits the need for like weak auras or stuff like that, or the add-ons. And I was like, okay, I guess I can kind of see that, but still, like, come on, man. It's competitive allegedly. Oh, I heard the one I was watching, they said they did like a DPS like check on it or something like that, and it was like it like you was not as efficient or something like that, but I could be wrong. Anyway, I don't know. I think it's what got me is the fact that like you bust your ass off, especially in like Pandaria. Like you have flying mounts now, right? Which came in Burning Crusade, I think. But you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna get a griffin and be able to fly that shit around Azeroth. This is gonna be so sick, right? And you work for like 60 plus hours on that, depending on how slow you are. And we're pretty slow because we're doing crafting and everything too, and like chilling. And like I have like a, what's it called? The rested XP add-on, so like I, you know, can zip through the game or whatever, but Matt was like kind of chilling and hanging out and like having fun, you know, and that was fine. I didn't mind it anyway because it was sort of like the way I played originally, so we were just kind of doing our thing. We fly back to Stormwind after a while and unload our inventory and do crafting stuff, and you know, it was fun. But then and then like you're just working your ass off to get this like flying mount, which is sort of like end game for you when that's all you really know is like, I can eventually get like flying training. That's cool. And then obviously there's like end game dungeons and stuff and cool gear, and you're seeing all these people like with like dragons and like Especially in Pandaria, you have like the new like whatever they're called. What are they called? They're not dragons. But they're like Eastern dragons, whatever. And you can like go learn that, and that's cool, and like get all these cool amounts and everything. And you're like, oh man, I can't wait till I'm like that badass, and I have those cool like shoulder pads and whatever, you know. And then you get into retail, and it's literally we played for an hour, and we had flying dragons that were like 800 times movement speed, and it's just like, Jesus, like what are we doing, guys? Like, what sort of progression is left to do? I'm also getting like this super epic like gear that looks way cooler than anything in Classic ever was, right? And it's like just whatever gear. I'm level like 15. I don't know. I don't get it. I do not understand why anyone want to keep playing that game when there's like no progression. Like, what is there to work toward when you already have the coolest shit? They restricted flying in every expansion because they could not design around it for the longest time. Yeah, I think they finally fixed that in Dragon Isles. Their level design is actually really good in Dragon Isles because it does like have a ton of verticality, and that's cool because it's a, you know, it's a zone based on dragons. Like obviously there's a lot of like verticality, but I also found myself like sometimes you're like at the bottom of a giant cliff and you need to get to the top of it, and you're just like, well, I'm just gonna switch to regular flying mode and just fly up there because that's so much easier. Much slower, but so much easier than trying to how to like hop up and then like, you know, having to like wait for your pips to recover or whatever to get to the top of it. I don't know, that was kind of dumb. Epic mounts especially were obnoxiously fast. Yes. Yeah, it kind of ruined the open world PvP for the most part. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure, because you don't even, and here, oh my god, this is what crushed my soul when we got into retail. This is the reason I don't think I can like keep playing retail. We were in Stormwind, right? Because that's like where it sent. Well, I was playing the allied races because I unlocked those last time I played retail a long time ago. That was like my end game goal, is like I want to unlock these races, and I did that, and now I'm like, okay, now what else is there to do? Anyway, so I was playing I don't remember, but so I started level 10, so I just get teleported right to Stormwind, right? I didn't do the Exiled Reach thing, but Matt did. So we met in Stormwind. He's like, I'm gonna go to somewhere. I don't know what he's doing, at the bank or something, I don't remember. So I meet him over there, and oh my god, Stormwind is completely desolate, just empty. There's literally not another player in all of Stormwind, and like broke my heart. And then I heard that like, because then I googled like, can I go level in like Elwyn Forest and like play like in the classic like zones, whatever, in like to level up. And GPT was like, well, these zones aren't really designed to level with the speed of leveling there is anymore. So you only get like a handful of the quest done before you need to move to the next zone if you want to like play it like legitimately. And I was like, okay, meaning I would get through like 3 or 4 zones and then I'd be at level 80 and be done, right? Because the zones level with you. And I just thought, that's pretty interesting that you build this entire game world that people like fall in love with, and then you come up with expansions that make all those old zones completely obsolete. And then they're just sitting there collecting dust and doing nothing while players are like in other zones doing the other things. And then like, what is this experience for new players like? Like, I couldn't even imagine like starting this game and just like wandering around and ending up in Stormwind and ending up like in these zones and being like, wow, this MMO's dead. No one plays this, right? Because you're wandering around these zones that aren't even like viable anymore. Like, who does this? I don't understand how you could just like completely just like destroy your own game like this. It just blows my mind. I don't get it. It's so frustrating to me as someone who like grew up playing this game. Like I invested like all of my teenage years into this game, and it's like, it's just, I don't know. It really made me sad. Progress in retail is for the modern MMO player who progress level and item level numbers and have zero care for anything not in game. Yeah, and that's frustrating to me. Wow, it's for the kids who have no attention span. I guess you're right. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. It is sad though. Isn't it sad? Like, this is probably why Swords and Magic isn't doing well, because I'm not catering to that shit, you know? But I am, like, it's weird though, because I am a little bit, right? Swords and Magic was always like, what if you wanted to play WoW with just your friends and you didn't want to deal with all the grind? So you just like, instead of spending Instead of deciding, oh, I want that cool amount and having to spend, 3 or 4 months working toward it, you could just do it in like 3 or 4 days. That was like the part of like the idea of Swords of Magic. So I guess I am kind of catering to that. It's more of a casual version, but it's still nowhere near what like retail WoW looks like now. Hey Kindred, last time I saw you was with Game Jam. How to go through Village Destruction Simulator. Oh, we got 8th place out of, I want to say like 1,400 games or something. It was a lot of games, wasn't it? What was the jam for again? It was GDTV, right? Yeah. Let me pull it up. Remember, I think it was 8th place. Yeah, we did really good. Thank you. Submission. Yeah, overall we got 8th. Fun was 11, sound 13, aesthetics 12 or 21, mechanics 27, theme 39, story 48, and 194th for music. I don't remember how many submissions there were. I think I can look. 1,014 submissions. Yeah, so 1,000 submissions, not 1,400. But yeah, 8th place overall in 1,000 submissions. I was very happy with that. What's up, Matt? Live for the auto repair shop. What? Oh, live from the auto repair shop. Got it. We were just talking about WoW again, so I was really confused what the hell you were talking about. Okay, guys, I'm very excited that we just got this finally working. It's finished. Feel like handouts and don't want to grind for it. Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, here's what I don't grasp. Like, what is endgame? Like, what is endgame in WoW right now? Like, is it just collecting all of the transmogs? Is it just collecting all the mounts? Is that what endgame is? I just don't understand. I don't think I'll ever understand an MMO that isn't about like working to get something, right? Isn't that the whole point of an MMO? Like an MMO is like a sort of like living, breathing like world with like multiple players living in it, right? Or like playing in it. And the idea is that you're like working toward like becoming like a hero, right? And now in retail, it's like, oh, hello there. You are the chosen one. Congratulations. I know you didn't sign up for this, but you are not a nobody. You are the chosen one. And you are the best of the best. And we're going to pretend like you're the only player playing this game and talk to you like that. And you can come with me and I'll give you a dragon and all the best gear. And you are now a god. Enjoy the rest of the game. And I'm like, what rest of the game? What else am I supposed to be achieving here? What am I striving for? I don't know. I'm being really bitter about it. I'm sorry. I mean, when Swords of Magic will be out for years, you will be still making content for Azure Isle. No. I don't. But every single time I make content, we already talked about this today. Every bit of content I make, I think about with a new player in mind. Every single time. So back in my day, back in my day, video games were something you did because you wanted a challenge, not because you wanted to feel like you were special. I don't know. I don't get it. It's so frustrating. Anyway, yeah, in Swords of Magic, yeah, we're making endgame content. Yes, I get that. But the point is, like, the endgame content doesn't override the early game content. It's not like the endgame, it's not like I'm going to add flying mounts to the game and be like, well, I guess we'll just give players flying mounts at level 3 because, I don't want players to have to wait for it. I'm not doing that. That ain't going to happen. That's not how it works. And I don't understand why anyone wants that. Like I swear, like when Dragon Isles came out and I saw like the dragon riding stuff, I was like, oh my god, that looks so sick. I would love to play WoW again with that. That's so cool. And I was really, really hyped about it. But you know why I didn't? Because my memory of WoW was it's going to take me 150 plus hours to get to that point. And I don't have time right now to do that. If I would have known that I could have just hit play and got a dragon, I mean, maybe I would have played it. I don't know. But probably not, because then it would have just ruined the whole hype for me, I don't get it. It's like knowing that like Christmas is coming and be like, oh man, Christmas is gonna be here, and then like Santa Claus just dropping all of your presents off in front of you, being like, "Oh, you're excited about that? Here, just have it now." Like Christmas is useless then if you just have your gifts right now, right? I have kids, so I have to say Santa Claus. Anyway, I don't need this open. I don't know why I get so frustrated about it. I think it's a bit of like gatekeeping. I think I just have this like weird sense of like ownership over WoW, which I shouldn't. But I do, and I think it's just because it was just like my childhood, you know? Like my first laptop I got, I installed Oblivion on, and then I installed Guild Wars, and then it was very, very shortly after that one of my friends was like, "You gotta try WoW." And I was like, "Okay." And I installed it. And I just, like, that was just, I don't know, it's just like that was my childhood. And so I feel like we're deleting this. I'm scared of deleting that, but we did it. God, this whole function got way simpler now, which is nice. We simplified so much stuff with this new refactor. Before we go crazy, we need to test food. I'm afraid food's not going to work right. I just got the spider mount. How dare you make me grind for it and not give it to me, right? The spider mount is definitely the grindiest thing in the game, hands down. It definitely is. I've actually considered making it a little easier, but we did it once already. We did kind of already make it easier. And the newest mount, by the way, guys, that everyone's like searching for, I'm apologizing for because I did make it way too grindy for that too. That's way too bad. Usually, so here's the thing. My opinion is I'd rather drop something into the game and make it way too hard to get than way too easy to get. Because if it's way too easy and then I increase it and make it more difficult, players are mad. Well, I guess I kind of, like, most players already have it, right? But I feel like if I drop it in the game and everyone's just like, "Cool, got it," then it's like, like, that wasn't very fun. Like, nobody even like tried, you know? So I'd rather make it too hard and then have to like pull it in a little bit, right? Like rein in a little. And that's what's happening with this new mount. It was way too hard. Now I'm going to pull in a little bit. I'm actually going to add another way to get it. I would love to do it on stream, but I don't want to spoil it for everyone because it's a big spoiler. So anyway, we need to test what happens when you eat food, because I don't think that we're accounting for this. Also potions. Yep. Okay. So potions, I didn't get a buff at all. Does the server get a buff at all? Nope. Okay, so this is a problem, and I should have seen this coming. I did see this coming, but I just kind of forgot to check it when we first set it up. So what's happening is, in here we're checking buff master, and it's not a const stack, which is, I think, is what's happening. So I think what we need to do, close some of this junk. We can close that. We can close this. We can close this. This. And not this, because this is where food is obtained. Okay, let's go in here. Let's hit play. I could probably do this in single player now. Make people spend time playing the game to get it. I agree. I'm back. Are we still complaining about WoW? Nope. I love World of Warcraft. I will say, hi, Jana.
Hi. You're gonna say hi?
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for hugging my head.
You're welcome.
You want to say hi to everyone?
Hi, everyone. Anyway, I just came out to get my book.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Haven't touched WoW since BFA released. Oh, yeah, I didn't. Last time I played, I think, was whatever was after BFA, because I remember doing quests for stuff that was in BFA and then finding out after I'd done a bunch of work on it to get like the gear. I spent like 10 hours with that, like grinding, or working a bunch of quests and all that, getting this whole set of gear. And then I read that that gear was obsolete now, and I was like, how did I miss this? Like, and why was I recommended that this was the best gear to get so I could go do dungeons? And it wasn't. Anyway, okay, so we go in here. We're gonna go to our buff bar. We're gonna put a breakpoint here. And then, oh, where's the, there we go. We're gonna drink this potion. We're gonna step over, step over, step over. Is this the problem? No, there's a duration. I think this is where we mess up. I don't think we get to here. We can step over. Oh no, we do get here. Interesting. False, right? Maybe there's no icon on it. Yep. Okay, so we need to go into our potions. Or we can do something like, where's our potion? It's just Buffmaster. What if we go to GE Buffmaster and we go to here and we create a child, Buffmaster or buff potion, and in potion we give this an icon, or actually we don't have to do that. We just do that. We just leave this alone. Now we go to potion. GE potion. This sucks. There's a lot of these. We don't need the splash potions. Remember when arachnophobia was a potion you had to drink? That was funny. The ad break is finishing. Using gas as I can see. Gameplay effect node. Yep. We are using gas, but not as efficiently as we could have been. This is 426, unfortunately, so gas was still pretty new. And it wasn't super exposed to blueprint, and our game is mostly blueprints. And I say our game, but it's now my game. I'm solo again. And I have been for years, so I don't know why I keep saying we. I guess me and Jana are technically working on it still together. Even though she doesn't do a lot of work anymore. Anyway, yeah, so gas, we didn't really know how to set up gas like super properly, so it's been set up kind of, I mean, it's okay. We're mostly using it. It's just there's a lot of situations where it would be nice if it was set up differently, and it's like too late to refactor it now because we're so far in, but still. Let's see, potion buff chopping. So what I should do is just re-parent all of these to the potion one. Is there another way to do this that doesn't involve reparenting all these? I mean, we can do it. It's just gonna be annoying. Can I, like... You can't, like, bulk reparent. Just added them. It's fine. Let's open them all up. Fine. Anyway, I'm glad I'm playing WoW again because it's, and I don't know, I'm excited about, oh my god, look at all these. Adding some of the features that I really loved from WoW that I miss, like, interacting with into Swords of Magic. Like, I'm really tempted to add flight points into Swords of Magic. I think it'd be really cool if you could just like fly, like fast travel, fly to other points on the map. So I'm really tempted to do that. And I think it'd be a lot more immersive and a lot more fun to have like actually like flying mounts that like take you there rather than teleports, which is what we were gonna do originally. Let me craft a level 60 hammer at level 1 crafting. You have to admit that that's probably a little off-putting for new players who've never played before. Save. Thank you. Saving. Got it. Okay, so we need to go to class settings. We need to switch this to potion. Uh-oh. Why is it not showing up in here? What am I missing? Oh, because this is the potion, duh. Shoot, I don't think I can do it from here. And most of these are like this. All of these are. Oh, damn, I closed one. Damn it. Oh, this is annoying. I can't reparent them unless I open them all up in a full editor, and then I can't see it in this editor, which is maybe it's just easier to put the icon on these. Do you guys think we should prevent players from having like stacking potions? Matt, if you're being like very objective about this, do you think that players should be able to stack potions? So I don't know. Right now we're kind of in a point where I can like kind of refactor this stuff, and I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe it's a little too much being able to have like every single potion on your bar. Maybe it's fine. I do think Swords and Magic's weapon design is better than WoW's, because the damage scales to level. Yeah, so we originally had the same weapon design that WoW did, right? Or very similar, but you could, yeah, no. Could you equip weapons that were higher level than you? I think at one point they weren't even level restricted. I think at one point you could equip any weapon in the game, and the idea was like, we'll just level design gate it. Like we'll gate it with level design, so you can't get to that zone to get that high level weapon until you're strong enough to get there. So you could just use anything you wanted. And then we realized that players were just, it was very easy for players to just cheese that, right? Like, if they just found one, like any way to get over like a wall or something that was like supposed to be blocking them into the next zone, and they like cheese the next enemy, they could drop like a super high level weapon, and they were more powerful than, like they could skip all the content in the game by doing that. And it was like, oh yeah, okay, this isn't gonna work. So we eventually put an item restriction on it. Yeah, so when we put the item restriction on it, the idea was like, we don't want players to not be able to equip every weapon. We still want players to be able to equip any weapon they want to, period. But with the caveat that like the weapon, like you have to know how to use that weapon because it's too advanced for you or whatever, which doesn't really make a lot of sense, but it works in the game. So the idea was we would just scale the weapon damage to your class, and you can use it at any level, anytime, but you need to level up to actually reach the full potential. And then the idea of clamping that so it doesn't keep leveling after its level or whatever is so you are always hunting for new weapons, because you have to like, yeah, I don't know, I think it works really well. WoW should also have gear dynamically scale up to a max level so you can truly jump into any expansion and start playing. Maybe, I don't know. I think WoW should just go back to how they had it before, where you have to level up through the whole game. I think you have to. I just like the idea that you have to earn it. You know, I don't know what it is. I don't think I'm like trying to gatekeep either. I just think like there's like an adventure in it. You know, like I just think it should be. You should start as a farm boy. You know, like you should start as a nobody with a stick. You know, and like earn that shit. Like I just feel like it's you kind of lose like this. You lose the scale. You know, if you just start out with this epic gear and stuff. I don't know. Like okay, so I can kind of get behind like the allied races thing. I think that's really cool, and I like that you start at like level 10 or whatever, and you have a little bit of like cool gear or whatever, because I feel like you have already had to like put the time in or whatever to get to that point, and then you can start an allied race, and you get to kind of jump ahead of the curve a little bit. You start a little higher level, and you have like a little bit cooler gear, and you have a cool backstory or whatever, and you kind of just skip like those starting zones, and you just dive into like the next zone or whatever. And that's cool. I'm totally fine with that. In fact, we're planning on doing something very similar for Swords Magic. Like the scarecrows in Farmlands, the storyline there is intentionally is intended to unlock them as a playable race. And if you start as a scarecrow, you'll start in a little tiny zone in the Farmlands. So you skip Azura. You'll start at like level 10 in whatever class you choose, probably. I don't know how we're going to do that, but we'll figure it out. And you'll start at like level 10 or whatever in there with some like better gear or whatever as a scarecrow. And you'll start in the Farmlands and you'll go from there. That's the idea anyway. We might have to like lock some quests out because I don't know if you should be a scarecrow fighting other scarecrows. Because like, yeah, whatever. We'll see how that works. But anyway, I really like the idea of that. Like I really do. I think that's really cool. I don't like that you just jump right into like, I don't like I don't know. I didn't like when ESO did this either. I actually thought this was a really dumb idea when ESO did it. I don't like scaling worlds. I just think when the world scales to you, you lose any sense of like progression. Like you can't tell if you're getting stronger because everything's always your level. So if I go back to Elwyn Forest and I'm level 50, I want to be able to like go through and like I want to be able to go through and just drop consecration and kill the entire mine of kobolds, right? In one shot, and then gather up all their linen cloth so I can start leveling my crafting stuff, you know? Like I want to feel that accomplishment of like, man, I worked so hard and now look at this. All these guys that were difficult for me in the beginning, now I come back here and I can literally gather them all up and one shot them and it feels so good, right? You love that. It's so good. Like you earned it, you know? And now it's not like that. Now if I want to go back and farm like linen cloth from kobolds, too bad. Like, I mean, I can, it's just that they're all level 55. You know, they're the same level as me. So like and it doesn't make any sense. I'm fighting like, you know, like Defias Brotherhood, like bandits at like, they're like level 55. What? That doesn't make any sense. Like the story is thrown out, like the whole story is thrown out. Like it doesn't make any sense. I've never liked that in games. I think that's really dumb in games. And I wish they didn't do that. Moving on. Sorry, I'm so sorry I keep complaining about this. I'm really sensitive about it. Yeah, because let me catch up. Yeah, because I think it adds more challenge, like a Dark Souls Estus Flask thing. Oh, I missed what you were talking about. But yes, one potion, yes. Yeah. I think a single potion lines up with a weapon tree where characters will become more class-based. Yeah. You can maybe restrict it to something like one offensive, one defensive, one utility. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I wonder if we could do like, maybe we just like redesign the potions to be like 3 shapes. So like all combat focused potions are like one shape. All defense ones are like the donut shape or round or something. And then another one, I don't know. Maybe that's kind of boring. I don't know. You can maybe restrict it to something like one offensive. Yeah, weird. That one. One potion at a time is fine with me, but then maybe you need to make us a little stronger or impactful. Yeah. I think having stronger versions of them is the way to go for that. But yes, totally agree with the progression thing being needed to fully enjoy the game. Yeah. I love the idea of unlockable playable characters. That was what I liked about the allied races in WoW. Agreed. Yeah, there's something really cool about like, you know what it is? It's just, it's 100% showing off your cool stuff, right? You earned something cool, and now you get to be that cool, like this cool thing, and the other players get to go, oh, it's so cool. How did you get that? That's why people like mounts. That's why people like cool like armor and weapons. That's why people like the cool races. Like it's all about being a multiplayer and showing off those cool things, which is why I love that we have like some open servers so you can jump in and play with other players, because it lets you share that sense of that sense of expression, that sense of like you get bragging rights, right? One of the reasons I love swords. Yes. Yep, agreed. I think the forest scales to level 30. To be fair, zones only dynamically scale up to a max level. Oh, do they really? Okay, I stand corrected then. I did not realize that. That's weird to me, because why does Dragon Isle scale from level 10 to 90? That seems insane to me. Or 80 or whatever the cap level is now. I also can't keep up on which expansions are at what level anymore. Played a druid named Prostidruid in WoW. Nice. Okay. But I will say, this is what I actually was going to say before Jana walked in. Last night I was like, I'm going to go play my Paladin in Classic again and like level up, because I was enjoying doing that. And I opened up the launcher and I was like, it sucks that Classic is kind of ugly. Like, they haven't updated like the character models, stuff like that. It's kind of, you know, whatever. And you do lose a lot of quality of life. You do lose a lot of like the cool effects during like combat and stuff. Like, you just don't have a lot of that cool stuff. So I was tempted to play retail. So I did. I played retail again last night. But honestly, the biggest reason is just because I don't want to play Classic alone. I feel like that's kind of, I don't know. I'm not social enough to go find friends in Classic. And I also think that the society's evolved past that. Like, I don't think anyone is playing WoW going, oh man, I'm gonna make some friends today. You want to hang out with me and level? Like, that's not how it works. So yeah. Anyway, let's just do this manually, I guess. We're not gonna change how potions work right this second. I don't want to do it. So we're just gonna add the icon. Oh, these are also not set as buffs. That's another reason this isn't working. These need to be set to buff, not even execution, just buff. These don't do anything anymore either. We can get rid of these. Also, this is a bit problematic because I don't think this is going to say what this is doing anymore. Yeah, our buff tooltips are going to be kind of limited now. Unless... Nah, it's need a pain. Not worth it. WoW Classic is not free. You also get access to the hardcore Classic too, but yes. And Season of Discovery. So Season of Discovery, I think, is where WoW needs to go. But I think they need, like, I don't know. I'm kind of torn. Like, old school RuneScape, I think, is doing it right as far as content goes. Like, you play OSRS and you get to experience what classic, like old school RuneScape was, right? But with new content that has been voted on and decided by the community. So anytime they add a new dungeon, a new zone, a new whatever they're adding to the game, it's entirely like community driven, community chosen, and it goes in line. It's always designed around the like original like RuneScape old school like design, right? Like, it's not like this new like RuneScape 3 is. And that's cool. I really like that a lot. But I think WoW should do the same thing with Classic. They should have like a Classic Plus. I do think they should ditch the idea of the let's just do Classic Pandaria. Let's do a Classic Battle for Azeroth. Like, I think that's weird and like dumb. They're literally just like redoing the expansions all over again, which I'm sure is, I don't know, easy, but like also I think it's dumb. I think they should ditch that. And what they should do is just do a Classic and then a Classic Plus. And the Classic Plus should introduce new features, new races, new whatever. Like it can introduce it can have the Pandara, the Pandarans, whatever, the pandas. It can have the dragon race. It can have all those things in it, right? But it's still like played like classic. And then they should let players vote on what the new content is that's coming in. So it's just classic. So like the game's built around that idea of leveling up. The game's hard. You need to group up for dungeons, etc. And then any new features get voted on by the community. Maybe that breaks things. I don't know, but that's basically Chromie time. No, it's not, because I don't think you should add the new expansions. Or are you saying the how they're doing like the classic with expansions? Yes, that is essentially yes, what that is. But again, here's the problem though, Matt. Is like this is why I don't like it, because if I use Chromie time to go back to Burning Crusade, because I really like that expansion, because that's when I play the most. I'm not going to the experience was playing with other players, right? Other players running around and doing things, and also the world not scaling around me. Like if I go to the next zone and I'm not ready for it, I get killed. Like I liked getting to the point where it was like, oh man, I think I'm ready for this next zone, and it's challenging, right? Everywhere I go is like going to be challenging as I'm leveling up. I don't know, it doesn't matter. I'm not talking about this anymore. Okay, what are we doing about this though? Maybe what we do is we could have a tick box on here that says like item. I have an idea. We're gonna open up our buff master, our master buff thing. We're gonna do some refactoring. We're gonna do this in a smart way though. Buff master. We're gonna go into where buff icon is. I don't know why this is all under buff icon. Whatever. We don't need this one anymore. This can go away. Stack size can go away. Skill is good. We need skill for certain things. Buff option. We're gonna get some errors, I think, right here, but we'll find out. Tooltip is fine. We should call it tooltip override, but that's fine. And then we need to add a new one. I want to call this item. This is going to be problematic for food because food is kind of a weird situation, which isn't going to work. Man, how are we going to do food? I don't know. This can just be an object reference because to even get this buff, we have to have this item anyway. Let's put it there, I guess. Okay, so now what we can do is in our potion, chopping potion, we can choose our chopping item. Why did we not build this entire system with the data? Sorry, my fly is down randomly. With our to choose the data assets instead of typing in an item ID. I don't know. I truly don't know. But now we have this. This is fine. Anyway, so now we can put this in here. This is a buff. We don't need the icon anymore. Icon doesn't matter. And now we can just check for this item. So now we go into our buff bar. We're gonna go. I guess we can do it right. How do we do this? Local GE. We get this, we go get item. If this is valid, we're gonna do something different. If this is invalid, we'll just do this. Because it's not an item. And then if it is valid, then we'll do this. But we will get different things here. Like, we're not going to get this icon. We are going to get this tag. We won't use this tooltip. Actually, will we use a tooltip? Somewhere in the world, in this project, we're using this. Let's go to our player component. Maybe if we're lucky, we're using a function that's in a library somewhere. Let's search for food buff. Cross our fingers. Boom. Okay, we're getting these custom buffs, buff effects. All the way back to... Why are we doing this? I don't know. Effects, great, wonderful. Try use consumability. Where is this coming from? Well, yeah, but like, where is it coming from? Let's just look for consumable. Buff icon variable category. Oh, that's here still. Unusable. This one. Consumable. Use consumable. Nope, that's not it. I don't know what this is. We have consumable though. I think, okay, maybe this just works. I don't know. Let's go back to the buff bar. Get item. Get effects. Plug that in. Oh wait, we have an item ID right here. Oh. This is a weird way to do this. Can we just do that then? Let's just do... Those are custom buff effects. Should we just do this then? Yeah, it's fine. Do get item. Actually, I can't even get the item ID. This is stupid. Get item ID. I don't think I can get the item ID from this. Damn it. I can get the custom buff effects for it, I guess, but like I think that shows a different thing. Having the item ID sets up the whole buff, I believe. So the only thing I can think is we just, this is stupid, but put the item ID on the buff itself, but I really don't want to do that. Especially since we can technically use the same potion at different levels. Then I wouldn't want to have like the actual item ID. Then it's gonna show different like levels. It's okay. It's fine. Let's just try this. See if this works. We're just gonna do a blocking load on this, I guess. I don't know what else to do here. Oh, that's not gonna work. That one. Whatever, it's gonna be a little messy. Also, I think we're gonna take this out because I don't think we care about this if it's an item. Mostly just because all of the items are set up as execution right now, because I don't know why. I guess we just, whatever. So I don't think we want them handling it. Okay, let's try it. Save. Sure. Oh, right. We need to actually set that up, though. So chopping is working. Luck. Potion luck. This one? Mining. Okay, so luck potion, mining potion, and chopping potion. Let's try those. Welcome back from the ad break. Okay, so let's try, we need a mining potion. It's called Potion of Mining. What's what is the potion called? Potion of, isn't chopping? Forestry. And then luck. None. That didn't add it on there. We did get lucky. Forestry is not working. Maybe that's the wrong potion. Oh, not. Not sure why the chopping didn't work. Let's go. Also, let's go look at our buff icon and see when we initialize the icon, why the item. Yeah, so the item ID is very important. What if we just change this and we don't put an item ID in, but we just put the actual item in? Because we're literally just getting this data from it, which would just be stupid. Like, let's just promote this to a variable. And let's just call this item. Or item data, I guess. This is, I don't know why we have been using these stupid item IDs for so long. and I'm done messing with them. But we just don't need this item ID. You can just check to see if this is valid. If it is, we go here. If it isn't, we go here. I don't know, it's messy, but this is whatever. Okay, and then the tooltip is the other thing. Yep, so we're using this item ID. Let's just use item data. And we have a food conjured food. Great. We can check to see if this is equal to food. Conjured food. Boy, it's so much easier than having to remember the freaking ID. If it's conjured food, we get the custom buff effects, that's why. Otherwise, we'll get the effects from the consumable. Okay, I think this will work now. The only problem is I don't think we can do this for food. Because food adds like a special thing. How are we going to handle this? Damn it. I think we do have, actually, if we go look at like, let's go look at hamburger. What? Oh, just called burger. Food, burgers and fries. So how we handle this is consumable effects. Okay, so in here we have GE food, GE food. How are we doing this though? So maybe we could just check to see if it's a food gameplay effect, and if it is, maybe we could just loop through all of the gameplay effects and find food related ones and then package those into one food icon on your bar. I don't love that, but at least we could do that if we need to. We have a food eat. Maybe we can handle the icon that way. Maybe the food eat is applying an effect and we can just put in the effects in there. I don't think we can though. We have an effect container map. Nope, that's not it. Just a consumable master. And busy learning gas, and wow, it's powerful. Yeah, it's crazy. It's really good. Man, this is gonna suck. I have no, like... Let's go back to our player component. Let's go use item. I'm pretty sure this is it right here though. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, okay. So we're using this to apply a buff to the bar. Honestly, what if we just keep using this? What if we actually did just like cheat this? We have this create buff icon. Oh yeah, crafted terrains. Yeah, I think I don't have a background in coding, so C++ is a little over my head. We set up this project with C++, but there's actually a plugin if you like the blueprints better, called Gas Companion, that does it all for you. Like everything is in blueprints. It's all like moved over, and so many more things are exposed to it. And I like my next project will 100% be using that. Yeah, it's so good. I think it's like $20. It's so worth it though. I probably would have paid $300 for it. Like if I knew it existed for this project, I don't think it did, but I think if it did, I would have spent a lot of money on it because it makes things so much easier and exposes so much stuff. So let's put a breakpoint in here. Eat some food and figure out where this is going and see if we can just hook into it, I guess. I really wanted this to be entirely gas driven, but I'm thinking we might need to use some blueprint helpers here. We could also like store an item on the player. Like we could how do we do this? We can put an item on the player for their like food and drink. Hell, we could even do their potions, but I think those are working now. So when you eat food, it's stored as that, and then when we see like a food related like buff comes in. No, this is a bad way to do this. Okay, let's try to eat let's eat a burger because that's what we're playing with. This is a weird way to do this. I don't know why we're doing this, but okay. Okay, let's step into this. Step over. Oh, what? Where were we? Okay, hit play because we broke that. Into okay, so wait, what? Crosshair UI? We screwed up again, I think. This is why we gave ourselves so many burgers. Yeah, what? Do we not have that anymore? Is that what's going on? Yeah, I think what's happening is we removed that function. So create buff icon. Let's rename this function. Let's call this food buff icon, or let's just call it add, I guess. There's a bunch of things we don't need in here. Like, I guess we can have a buff tag. We'll need that. We need the item, but we should just put the actual like item in. Though I think it's too late for that. Let's go look at our player component again. Where are we getting this item from? Way back at the beginning. It's getting the player inventory item. We could, though, convert it right here to the actual item. I think if we fail all these, then it's just food. We fail these ones again. Drink luck. We fail that one. I don't know what this one's supposed to be. I think this is just like potions or something, or maybe nothing. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know if we need duration on here. I don't know. I don't know how to handle this, and I don't want to break all this, but could definitely use a refactoring. Ever consider upgrading UE5? Yeah. We can't. UE5 does not allow our the amount of spaghetti we have in our project, unfortunately. We have a lot of dependency chains. They're pretty long. And UE5 is not a big fan of that. It's way more picky about it than UE4 is, so we're stuck in UE4 until I essentially refactor a lot of the project, and I'm not doing that. It's not worth it at this point. So things like max stack, refresh on application, like I don't need these things anymore. All that stuff is handled in real time with gas now. Remove buffs with tag. I don't know about that one. Because this should just override anything with the same tag already, I think. Yeah, if that buff already exists, then we just don't do anything. I think we just need to... Maybe we should just trigger a buff. Like a food buff. We just have like a food icon and a drink icon. It'd be much better just to put the item in. If we just put the item in, we can put the custom effects in, that's fine. Item will have the custom effects though. I don't think we need the tooltip either. I don't think we're even using that. Nope. Okay, we'll get rid of that one too then. We just put the item, the tag in, which will be like food or drink, I think. I don't think we even need the time. Oh man, I think we're gonna have to have a generic like food buff though. Like, how else are we gonna do this? Look at all that stuff we just got rid of. I'm kind of afraid because we're touching like old code. Look at all this. I'm sure Italy would be proud of the amount of spaghetti. Holy Italy. Oh, this is nothing. Well, I mean, I don't know. This is... I guess this one's kind of bad, but... This is all one component. Can I just drop all of these down? Yeah. This is all one component, by the way, on the player. It's called the player component. It's on the player controller. That someone decided a long time ago that we would just keep adding to rather than making multiple components for. So, yeah, this thing is a freaking mess. I hate it, but it just kind of is what it is. I could like start trying to move things over, but it breaks so many things that it's like not worth the effort. The dumb thing is that we have like all this whole thing, this whole section of equipment right here. We have an equipment component that all this stuff should be in and could be in. But I think this is inventory. Never mind, I take that back. Yeah, never mind. This is all inventory related things. That has to stay there, but still. But this could be an inventory component. Like all this could be in one inventory component by itself. Then we could have an interaction component. We could have a quest component. We could have a pet component. We could have a skill component. That's kind of useless now. Could have like an XP component, a save component, reputation component. Like all these could be nice and neat in their own things that make perfect sense. But no, they're all stuck in here. And like almost all these things are just, there's one debug thing. All these are just like loose stuff. And I'm not gonna lie to you, probably from like, I don't know, probably here-ish? No. Here-ish? Yeah, somewhere from like here down is all me. This is all me just adding more stuff in here. But still, it was already, it's sort of like I'm just adding to this giant pile and like, I don't know. Should spend a day separating those or maybe a week. I don't think it's worth the effort. It'd be a good idea, but I don't think it's worth it. It'd be a couple weeks probably trying to separate them out. Okay, so I think the plan here is that when we add this buff icon, what we actually should do is just add a new gameplay effect that's like generic, like food or something. And that will trigger the buff. Man, maybe not. I think these are just gonna have to be, yeah, these are gonna have to be added custom. It's fine. Okay, so let's refresh. What am I looking for? Refresh node. There's so much junk that we just don't need now. Like, what is even going on with this? Why are these wrapping around this way? I hope I don't regret this. This won't work for stackable effects, so we can't have stackable consumables. Add this in to remove any existing effects of this type before they're granted a duplicate effect. Okay. And I think our food is all set up, so when we do eat any sort of food, this should properly work. I don't know what the hell this one's doing. I don't know if this one even triggers anymore. These will like remove the previous effect, I believe. I hope. Okay, we have food and drink for the buff tag, and then generic. And I don't think generics works anymore. And I don't think, no, this one does work, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, this is not going to work right now. It's still gonna not trigger anything because we don't have this hooked up. So let's go hook it up. So go back to the HUD, and we're looking for add food buff icon. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to get our player UI. No, that's not it. Player. I know it's a, there it goes. Get buff bar. Want to but the thing is, we don't have a handle. Can we make one? Yeah, but we can't put anything into it. So I can't use this. So I can't use the proper function, and this is the problem. I need to build a new function for just food. Okay, and then let's go find add. And how are we gonna do this? We don't have a GE handle to handle all the timers. Damn it. Shit, how do we do this? Aesthetics, that's why they're wrapping. You need to get the ability system component and then make an effect context from that system. Yeah, but I don't have one. That's like, yeah. So the problem is we have food effects in the game. So here's a food item. And when you eat this food, this gameplay ability food, and we loop through these effects and grant all of these separate effects based on the food. The problem is, and I think what we should probably just do, is just add one generic effect. Maybe this is how we do it. Maybe in the player component, we literally just grant an effect. And then we just call a function that updates that effect on the bar. That tag. So I think what we should do is just go to like, if we have all this food, like GE food, I think we should just have a GE. Man, I don't know how to do this. I want what am I trying to do? I want and we just do this. And then I think what we do is we just do like food. That's not a good idea. There's got to be like a generic food icon I have in here. Sure, meal. I don't think I want to add any tags or anything. I think we just leave this alone. Oh, I need a tag in here though. Maybe this. There's no drink though, which is weird. Oh, because I'm searching for food. Duh. Okay. Buff. We won't have an item here, which sucks. I wish I could, but I don't think there's any way to like input an item. Okay, and then we need just a duration on this. Nothing else. Get rid of this. Oh, we could have like actually done this here, which would have been kind of nice. Duration policy has duration, and this is where we would actually change. We don't need this either. We don't need executions on this at all. This is just 1440. That's it. This could be kind of cool because we could technically scale this and then no, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. Never mind. Just kidding. I'm not touching this. Okay. Just making sure this is all set up correctly. I think it is. Stack limit count. None. So if you add a new effect onto this, it'll just override this. No, it won't override this one. It will. I need to set this to 1. Refreshed on successful application. Reset on successful application. Refresh. No. Clear. I think that's right. So if this gets applied a second time, it'll just refresh it, and that's it. It doesn't like add a second thing to it. Okay. Let's just test it with food first before I go crazy and make the other one. No, that doesn't. It won't take long. Now let's go to our HUD. Okay, we have an add new buff widget, which I guess we can do now. And then we need to update it. So, or we can just like check. Oh man, I don't know. We're gonna have to make a new function for this. That's fine. Okay, let's do. This is the HUD. This isn't gonna work. Eat. Is this not a function? Why did we do this? Why did we make this a macro? Or whatever this is. I don't even know what this is. Like, why is this not a function so we can just grab these things instead of having to wire them all the way through this whole thing? This is such a freaking mess. Like, it's just dumb. Like, this could have been so much cleaner if it was just a stupid function. Yeah, that's probably what it is, the collapse graph. That's what I was. Yes. Anyway, so yeah, so I get to freaking wire this all the way through. Yeah, it is a collapse graph. Why though? What if we just convert it and clean the whole thing up? No, it's a macro. I wish you could just right-click for its function. Hey, what's up, Odd? Co-working and lurking? Nice. How's your game coming? Is your game multiplayer? Yes, of course. You need the ability system component to make an effect from that. Casting as the base class can get you the ASC. No, that's fine. I can get. I know how to get the ASC and everything. That's fine. That wasn't the issue. I didn't need an effect context because I didn't really have one. Happy to have 3 distinct classes. Oh, sick. Nice job. I think I'm going to convert this whole thing to a function and then find out where the hell this is getting called. This is so dumb. Like, why even do this? Like, why not just put the item in so I have it? Do I even need that? Okay, now let's start cleaning all this up, shall we? Oh, first we need... let's go back. Ability, effects, duration, item. Whatever input 5 is. I don't even know what that is. Item? What even is this? I have 2 items? Oh, did I screw this up? Is that why? That was meant to go here. I'm guessing. Oh, whoops, wrong thing. Wait, what's wrong with this? Is it a non-event graph? Oh, damn it, that's why. So that's why it was collapsed, because we were using some safe loads. Why though? We were using the ability here. Why not just use the ability outside of this? We're using it anywhere else? Like, we have acid blocking here, that's fine. We're not using any other load abilities, so why are we not just doing this outside? Just get rid of this. I cannot shake you off, thank you. Failure is just going to the end. Yeah, who cares then? Just do it here. Get off. Ta-da! Now you don't need the output on here. You just use it because we know it can be used. We should be good to go. You tried Blueprint Assist? It's auto format your node, saves me a lot of time. Yeah, I actually just bought it. I just bought it the other day. The problem is that I'm kind of ingrained in my ways, and I'm realizing that it is a little, I don't want to say buggy. Yeah, it's a little buggy, but also I think it's probably just because I'm working in 426. I'm sure in UE5 it's better. But I find myself like I can't do Control D anymore because that like has been taken over, so I have to go like readjust that, and I was too impatient to figure out how to do that or rebind it. And there's a couple other little things too that I didn't want to do or didn't like doing, and so yeah, I don't know. It was kind of annoying. There's no condition on this, is there? Did I? Well. I love this says temp ability success. It's like, I don't know. Okay, well, we don't need this anymore. We're gonna, oh yeah, we're refactoring this whole thing. Damn it. I didn't want to, but that's what we're doing now. We should have just rewrote it. I think just rewriting the whole thing from scratch would have been better, but okay, so let's go back here again. All right, ability, effects, duration, item, and slot index. I don't even know if we need like duration or that anymore. I don't think any that's necessary, but excuse me. Okay, let's go. Yeah, ability, effects, duration, item. We're gonna dump icon too. We don't need this. We're gonna get errors now though. That's okay. Oh, no errors. Okay, so all this stupid rerouting we just did was such a waste of time. Like, that was so dumb. I don't know why we were doing that. Okay, here we go. Let's just, I'm just gonna cut all these out. There's so many, like, Like, look at this freaking mess. My God. I think I might do this though. And cache this. Just because it's easier to work with that way. I guess we can just replace these like all one at a time. And then delete all the reroute nodes. Makes creating an ability so much smoother and easier to implement rather than creating one from scratch. The issue I face is time with a newborn and all. Time is not on my side for learning these kinds of things at the moment. Yeah. Congrats on the baby. That is definitely a time sink. Is this your first one? I literally just saved, dude. Thank you. Okay. Already a lot cleaner. But we have a lot more to go still. I know who made this, and I'm not going to give them hate for it because they were really new to Unreal when they did this. I think, if I remember correctly. But it's still a freaking mess. My God. Okay. This is our player character. Let's just promote this too so we have access to it everywhere. Be just faster this way. And of course it's in the player component, so it takes forever to compile and save. It's your first? Cool. Yeah, when I first started this project, my daughter had just been born. Actually, well, I take that back, actually. She was about 3. I was going to school, so we found out we were pregnant, and I had a pretty shit job at the time, and I was making less money than it would have cost to pay for childcare. So I quit my job. My wife kept working because she had a much better job, and I went to school for game art and animation. So I was going through school learning 3D modeling, animation stuff, while I was a stay-at-home dad with a newborn. So that was a lot. It was pretty overwhelming. And then near the end of my degree, like actually I think it was actually after I graduated, is when I started streaming development of this game. And she was 3, so that was 7 years ago. She's 10 now, and we have another one now who's 2. He's kind of a nightmare right now. Okay, yeah, this is gonna go up here, I guess. I don't know. This guy's coming. No. Oh my God. This is such a freaking mess. I want to like duplicate this and then just like rebuild it. Terrible 2, I've heard of that before. Yeah, it lasts for about 4 years. The terrible 2s roll into the terrible 3s and the terrible 4s, terrible 5s. They're real fun. I work from home and I decided to get my wife to quit her job as it was not good for her health and mental well-being. We don't get treated very well here in South Africa. Luckily, I work remotely for a UK-based company. That's that's very similar to what we were doing. My wife's job was paid really well, but over time, after when my daughter was like probably 2 or 3 or so, she got promoted again. And while she was making a ton of money, like really good money, the most money we've ever made, even when we were working, we had 2-person income, she was making more than that, by almost double what that was, which was crazy. But she was making really good money. And when Swords of Magic started taking off and started making money, and we got our Kickstarter, and the game was about to launch, that's when I convinced her to quit her job. So she quit her job, and we went all in on game development. And we've been living on Swords of Magic this whole time for the last like 7 years until just this year when, well, I don't know about living on the last couple of years, but we've been struggling. But she got a new work from home job, which she absolutely loves, and it pays well, and she's really enjoying it. So yeah, things are going good for us right now. Okay, this is going down here. We're eventually going to get this cleaned up. This guy goes here-ish. I'm so afraid to delete reroute nodes though while we're doing this because it can crash the engine really easy. And this is fine. We like this. Oh god, it's such a freaking mess. And I don't want to unhook it because I don't want to like lose where I'm at, you know? This is time. I don't think we have duration. Wait. Where else was this being used? What a mess. Financial stress is such a drag, to say the least. Yeah. Yeah, agreed. Okay, this is what our effects. This is effects. Okay, this, we need to get the ability component here and then do player character. All this can go away. Wait, what else is this doing? What a freaking mess. I don't like that either, but we can clean that up a little better later. Okay, where are we going now? Where is this going? What is this? Item? What's this one? Asset? We didn't bring in the asset. Where'd we get this from? What is this? Load asset blocking to get the texture. Oh, this is the texture. Got it. We're not even using this. We're literally just checking to see if we have a texture, and if we don't, then we just end. I do not understand that at all. Let's just get rid of it. We don't care about this anymore. We don't need to do an asset blocking for the texture. Okay, let's grab all this. This is going to be problematic because I'm pretty sure this doesn't work anymore. Or it does, but like adding the buff doesn't work anymore, which is I think what we were trying to do. But I think we fixed that actually because I think it's just for potions. Or no, this is, oh, never mind. This is just for, yeah, I know what's going on here. Okay. How do we fix this? This is dumb. Getting closer. It's almost cleaned up. Let's compile really quick. No errors. So it should be working now. Okay, we don't care about these anymore. I think this is supposed to go here though. And like, we don't even need this output here. So like, we don't even need a return node. We need one of these here too, though. I have no idea what this is for or why we're using it. I don't know why we have something custom for this. And then I don't know what the point of this is either. Just a generic food item, but like there should be never a situation where we need this. Let's put a print string on it and do like if our testers see this ever, they'll be like, oh, I got this thing, and screenshot it to me. And then I'll go, oh, okay. And then I can go through and delete the print string and leave this in here and hopefully figure out what the hell they were doing. Hold on, let's do that. There. Okay. Honestly, do we even need... Yeah, we do. Okay. We could really just like check to see if this is food in the beginning instead of casting to it twice, and then just do a select. It's fine. We don't need. It's fine. It's clean enough. Oh my god. Okay, I think we're close enough to call this done. Yeah, I don't think we do that. Let's see if it works. I mean, I like the whole thing's not gonna work. Like, meaning. Uh-oh. I don't love that we need to check those out, but just what it is. We didn't need this. I'm gonna put a breakpoint here just to make sure these are working. Let's switch to single player because this shouldn't really affect multiplayer in any way. So if it's not working in single player, then we have bigger problems. Grim, thanks for the follow. Okay, let's eat some food. Do we fix the potion issue? No. There's still gonna be issues with us. There's other things we haven't resolved yet. Oh, here we go. Eat class, good. Consume food. Remove effects from player by tag. Add consumable food. So this should be removing all of our food related buffs. Excellent. We're adding our raw food plus 5 health on here, which is just gives us like a little extra healing when you eat food. Then we're gonna loop through our effects, which, yep, they're working. Focus, move speed. Yep, that's it. Okay. We loop through them. Load asset blocking. Remove gameplay effect. This is removing our food. Let's see. Yeah. So any food focus, it's being removed, and we're granting it again here. Cool. And then that should end everything. Oh, no, it doesn't. Because we are in a loop. So we're going to trigger down here next. So resume. Boom. Okay, so that handles all of our effects. And now we're going to add the food buff icon, which is not working yet. And then we're going to add the food, the like you've eaten effect, which we should be able to then trigger another buff after. Actually, we're probably going to do this after. This should trigger automatically and show a food icon. Step into. Oh, we failed something. Okay, so there's something wrong with the way we did that buff. We'll fix that next. My OCD. I don't actually have OCD, so I couldn't even imagine someone with actual OCD working in Unreal Engine with blueprints. Every other day I get the urge to level a mage in classic WoW just to level, though, not because of endgame. Dude, I know how you feel. Yeah, that's exactly why. That's the only reason I play WoW. I love the leveling process. There's just something about like seeing the number go up and just like knowing you're getting stronger and like. Cool. All right. Everything's working though, other than until we get to here, which is honestly fine. It's good. Oh, because there's no target. Duh. Okay, so we are gonna go this. We're gonna do get player character. Oh, we don't need that. We just need a target. Okay, buff eat, and this will be buff drink eventually. Level does not matter. Display buff doesn't matter. Tooltip doesn't matter. We're gonna override that. Then again, we don't need this. Here, we're gonna put on the end. And we need to put the effects in. Oh no, we're putting the item in, so we don't need the effects, right? Can we put the item in? Yeah. Back. Yeah, we have the item, duh. Okay. So what we're gonna do is hopefully this displays, that's all we care about right now, is getting this buff to, or this effect to actually apply and display on the player. I'm so excited to get back to working like on skill trees and dungeons and not this refactor. This has been like 3 days now. It'll be worth it in the end, I think, but I don't know. It was causing bugs. Okay, we eat this food. Beautiful. We have a food buff. That's exactly what we wanted to happen. Okay, so we've eaten. And now, and that, yeah, this should wear off after 23 minutes. That's wonderful. That's how food works. And then if we eat more food, yeah, it resets it. Good. Good, good, good. Okay, that's it. Now we go to the buff bar. Adds consumable buff. No. What was it called? Yeah, was that it? No. The HUD. Yeah, we don't want to add this because we don't have a G handle for it. We want to add consumable buff. We need the item and tag in here. Fine. I didn't want to add them manually, but tag. I got slight OCD and all my nodes need to be perfectly distanced from each other, reroute nodes everywhere, and comments on everything. I also can't 2-pin share a variable. Each pin needs its own variable node. Oh no. I mean, at least you're, I mean, like, at the end of the day, yeah, it might take you a little longer to write the code, but at the end of the day, like, I bet it's so clean and easy to read everywhere. As long as it looks like nice for me, I don't really mind having like sharing pins and things like that. As long as everything is like relative, like I bet this drives you nuts. Bet you have to have like this or worse. Maybe this would be. I don't know. This is the kind of stuff where I can't, like, if I get too in the weeds about this, I'll spend 20 minutes just cleaning it. I don't like this being up here though. But I don't like the overlap either. Never mind, it stays there. They might be playing TBC anniversary release. Wait. I don't remember that. Did we talk about this last time? When does that come out? Is it a whole new, they're just adding a whole new server? February. It was vanilla, then classic, then anniversary. It's just that initial version of the game. They've released it 3 times now. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that was like the golden age of WoW, I think. Burning Crusade for sure. Okay, where were we at? We were in the buff. No, HUD. Here we go. Oh no, look. I'm so sorry, Dex. I bet that drives you nuts. We'll fix it. Maybe, if it lets me fix it. Oh, I forget you have to use the arrows. I'm rusty in E4 now, I guess. The wires crossing. Yeah. Okay, we have a buff tag and we have an inventory item. We need to grab our box here. We need to do get children. Loop through the children. Icon. Oh wait, actually, I lied. We don't need to do this because I have a function for this. Find buff with tag. Look at us go. Boom. Found buff. Let's just do this. It is valid. This is easier than found buff. Okay, we need to set item ID, and this should literally fix the issues because I'm pretty sure that's yeah, I think this is gonna work. Test it. Fingers crossed. I think we got this. I think it's gonna work. It's not 100% foolproof because like if something actually did cancel out your food, we'd have to make sure it canceled out the food and the other stuff. Damn it, that did not work. Let's go before we... Oh damn, I just closed something. I closed the buff icon that I needed. We have all these effects up too. I need to go fix these too. I should have done this before I started refactoring everything. Get tooltip widget. Item data. Got it. That's the problem. How do we set the item data? Where do we do that? Is that just the item data coming in? Yep. Wait, that wasn't being used anymore. I don't think current stack's been used anywhere there. Okay, so go back to here. No, not here. 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 Eat that. Do set item data. What? Wait. Yeah, we don't need this at all anymore. Would be nice to check if we have an active stack count, but I don't, it's fine. I'm so sorry, this is a mess too. The things I choose to like correct. We should probably check to see if we have an item here though. For potion reasons, right? That might be why that one potion didn't work. I don't think so. Still no. What the hell? Okay. Get tooltip widget. Let's put a breakpoint here. Let's go back in and hover over our thing. Here we go. Step over. That failed. We don't have item data. Pardon me? Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to our player controller. Or I mean our what? What are we doing? What are we doing? Where is this happening? Here, yes. And here. Let's add a breakpoint here. Let's hit play. Add food. Okay, we have an item here. Oh no, I hate when it does this. Step into, step over. Now do we have food? Don't look at the screen. I think it's working. Step into. Oh, it didn't find the buff. Oh, am I an idiot? We didn't give it the buff? Yeah, we didn't give it the buff, I don't think. So back here. No, we did. Consumable food. Oh. We're not. We're looking for eat. Oh, we don't have a tag on it. That's why. I thought we did. It's should be in. This. Item class consumable food. Oh, we put it in class. That was stupid. That's why. That was dumb. Eat? No. Food, not queue. Not class. Consumable, that's item. Status food. What is this? Do we have it on here? Item, consumable food. Okay. That one. That's what we wanted. Try again. Cheers to all. Cheers all to UE Co. What? Okay, we found it that time. We have an item. Zoom. We got it. Yes. It does not show the icon anymore. We could switch that too, actually. We could just change the icon. Should we change the icon? Yeah, screw it. Let's change the icon too. It sucks we have to do this. This is such a weird workaround way to do this, but there's no way, like, our food is just set up weird. Our food is set up really custom, so we can do all kinds of buffs on it. Could we have had could we have done this a different way? Yeah, probably. Does gas handle this in better ways? Probably. But is this working? Yeah, we move on, right? But in here, no, in here. We should just do set icon. No. Get icon. Texture. Set. Brush. Nope, that's not it. Is it not set brush from texture? Or sec. What is this? This is wrong. What is it? Buff icon. Oh, it's a progress bar. Oh, I forgot about this. Okay, we just need to init the buff icon again. That's fine. That's easier anyway. Where are we doing this at? I think it's a little low poly / weird when I see it. I don't know if it's the stream quality. Yeah, it does look a little weird, but that's, yeah, we're updating it now. I was gonna swap out the icons anyway. It was just a placeholder. But it shouldn't matter because it should just update immediately. Oh no. How did that happen? Do we want it to show this? I don't know. Like, I like that it shows the food, but I also think it might be a little misleading because it's showing, like, it might not be super obvious that it's like, this is the food, I guess. I don't know. But why is the shadow not working? Init buff bar icon. Why is this not working? I don't understand what's going on here. It looks like I'm not changing the background fill of the progress bar. If I had the progress bar, that's it. There's no, like, it's not like there's no shadow or anything. So it's just the background image and then the fill image. And marquee image. So, but I don't understand because this is working just fine for all the other buffs. So why would this not work correctly for this? Like, this item data is definitely valid. We know that because we were literally just setting it. You know what? I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. It's because of the breakpoint. The breakpoint broke it. I guarantee it. Yep. I always forget the breakpoint to do that. Whenever I do a breakpoint, it always messes up it like bugs out our burning is a little big. I wonder why the burn icon is so big. We should scale that down a little bit. Or add a little padding behind it, I guess. But yeah, it looks like we are good to go. Okay, potions. Before I die. Excellent. Oh, okay, that one. Oh, Telkrinder, we did the generic food icon. Luck works. The second potion of these two seems to be breaking things. Shopping and mining. This is chopping, I see. If I switch this to mining. Still says chopping. Oh, and now it's gone completely. Okay. All right. Quick break time. We'll grab a snack, use the bathroom, and then we will come back and see what's wrong with that. So, right back. Okay, I'm back. The music die on us? Did it just end? Oh, here it comes. Should we switch up the music? Should we listen to something different? Here. We'll switch over to this stuff. Okay, we need to think about potions because I'm like realizing when I was I was taking a break. I was realizing save. Oh, there were things I need to save. Thank you. I hadn't saved in a while. I'm realizing that when you drink a potion, like for example, the luck potion, right? Hang on. Like we drink our luck potion, we get a little lucky icon, right? But like it didn't used to do that. It used to show the potion that you drink. So now I'm thinking we have a chance to go through and make icons for the potions to show the effects that gives you. So like, should the chopping potion just show the chopping icon, or should it show like an axe with a plus next to it? You know what I mean? Now that it's not just item based. Now, okay, so we could make them item based. Like we could save ourselves some time here and just do this exact same thing. Oh yeah, we need to fix this for food too, or for drink. We don't have a drink version of that stuff. I think I'm just gonna leave this on the same icon. This, like, I can't see this bugging out and not changing the icon, but just in case it does, this will just be the generic icon. That's fine. Oh, I'm inundated. We can't do this. Right? Because we don't want to apply a generic buff. We could maybe do this. We should rename this though. This is not like add food buff icon. This is like update. Update food. Right? Something like that. You use this opportunity to make it better, but you don't have to. Right, that's what I'm thinking. Like when we here's the thing. When I refactor something, I don't want to spend the time to make the thing exactly like it was before. My goal is if I'm going to spend time to refactor something, I want it to be better than I found it, right? That's the point of the refactor. Even if that means extra work, that's fine. So yeah, what we're running into now is I don't have a generic potion. We could have a generic potion. But that does mean we need to make like potions better. Yeah, so let's go. We don't have a. Actually, what are these tags? This is probably what's going on. We can close this one, we don't need that one anymore. I don't think. We might. I should probably go delete it if we're not going to use it, though. And we're not going to use it. Let's go delete it. So that is GE potion. This one. We're not using it. Okay, so we have chopping. Yeah, there's no tag. I think I have to add the tag to all these. You know what we're gonna do while we're doing this? Right now, your potions last for 2 minutes. I was thinking about doubling it, but now that I'm thinking about it, maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe what we do instead is we make more potent potions that last longer. Nah, it's fine. Let's just, I'd rather have, I don't want more potent potions that just last longer. And if they're better, like, so this is plus, I don't even know. It doesn't matter. Like, whatever this potion is, plus something. Speaking of that, actually, hold on. Potion chopping has +8. And we have the duration in here. I don't think the duration chain works in here though. I'm thinking about this. But we could literally just duplicate this and make a greater potion of forestry. And then add this to like 12 and then add the duration in here. I really don't think this duration works though. New 10-minute potion, I approve it. I like the defense potion that is called Iron Potion. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd go like, I guess 10 minutes wouldn't be crazy. My problem is that you just have so many potions, you know? Like, I mean, I don't have an example right now, but like when I'm playing, I have like probably like 30 or 40 like defense potions, you know? Or not iron skin, the stone skin potions. And then I've got like 20 or 30 focus potions, etc., etc. So I feel like if they, I don't know, like I don't know if I want them any longer than 2 minutes because you don't have any use to like keep using. I don't know, like I want players to use them, right? I feel like if we make them more rare and we make them last longer, then players won't use them as much because then it's like, I don't know. I could see going into 4 minutes. That's like a typical like fight, like a pretty decent battle. I don't know. The idea was like 2 minutes would last you through like a fight. I think it does. Maybe some auto use potion then? What do you mean? My problem is I don't remember to use them. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know how to handle that. Because I agree. Even in WoW, Matt was making me potions and I kept forgetting to use them too. And they last like an hour. Every potion's like an hour. I think if they were going to last that long, we got to make them less powerful. I don't know. Let's leave it how it is for now, I think. I don't know how we do that though. Maybe like a trinket would be kind of cool. Like, what if you had a trinket that was like an alchemist, an alchemist, like, I don't know, something. And whenever your potion wore off, it would automatically consume the same one. How would I do that? I don't know how the hell to do that. I can't do that. It's a cool idea, but I couldn't do that. A UI where you put 1 or 2 potions and you put a stack of them and the system auto uses them. Yeah, that sounds like a mess. That sounds difficult to code. I like the idea of it. I don't know if it's gonna work. I think we just leave it how it is. I don't know if we need to do that much hand holding. I think that's sort of like I don't know. I think that's a end user or like an operator error problem. That sounds like a retail WoW solution to like make potions auto-usable. I don't know about that. Yeah, it sounds like it's not worth the effort of setting up, to be honest with you. It's a cool idea. I think like a trinket or something like that would be cool to do it with. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I know what's going on here though. All these need, oh, this is the gameplay queue. I don't want to add gameplay queue on here. I want that one. Yeah, that's why this one's getting luck. The luck icon instead of the potion icon. These are using the queue. Poison immunity is getting the gameplay poison mining queue? Okay, let's get rid of that. Man, I don't know. I don't know how to handle this one. Like, we can just go through and give every single potion, I guess, its own thing. Maybe this is the best way to do this. Maybe just do this for the status. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on this. Let's go look at our buff icon. Yeah, we're gonna get it from the item data. So that should be working then. Because when we get the potion, I'm not sure why this isn't working. Let's go to our player controller. Let's go, yeah, that's fine. Oh, this is gonna... I'm just not doing this yet. Quality of life has a funny way of ultimately ruining quality of life. Is the issue that these potions are something players have to keep up like 5-minute pally buffs? They don't have to keep them up. They're like, but yeah, like if you want to optimize your play, you want to keep these potions up. They're 2 minutes, but they are pretty strong, and you can stack a bunch of them. So you could take, like, ideally we have okay, so you have pockets in your bag, and the pockets are a radial wheel to like have like buffs on, or like potions. Pretty much just, I highly recommend just people keeping like potions on them. Like some people like put like weapons stuff on them, but I don't think it's a good idea. It's just pretty much like a potion bag. Like, I'm almost tempted just to make it potions only so players stop using it for weird things. But it is kind of handy to be able to put whatever you want on it to use it. But anyway, you can, and then like you can key them, or they're bound to like 1 through 0 depending on how many slots you have. So you can hit, like, you can put like your focus potion, which does damage. You can put your willpower potion, which is magic damage. Your defense potions, your luck potion, whatever you want on this bar, and then you just hotkey them or hit R and then choose one you want to use. But they only last for 2 minutes. So ideally you like go into a fight and you're like, okay, everyone ready to go, potions, whatever, and everyone uses their potions, and then you run into the fight. The problem is that they only last 2 minutes, so if it's a longer fight, like a boss fight or something like that, you end up renewing your potion like several times. So I am kind of tempted just to switch it to 10 minutes, so it lasts for a little while. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, remove this breakpoint. Resume. Okay. Now put it back on. Let's figure out why this potion's being stupid. Here's your thing, by the way. See, I have 2 potions on here. Except I can't tell what they are because it doesn't hover over them for some reason. It's just stupid. Anyway, you can just stick potions on there and then key it, which is nice. Okay, step over. We have handle, step over. We have buff bar, step into, step over, step into, step over. Duration 120 seconds. Yes. So this is where I think this is this not a stackable const? Nope. Right, yeah. Okay, so now this is the issue, I think, is we're finding the buff with tag. This should be false. If we find a buff with the tag, then we don't do anything with it. It just handles itself. But if we don't, and what is the tag? No tag. Pardon me? Potion buff mining has no tag. Yep. Yeah, that's. I guess we have to set up tags on all of them. That's fine. I am curious why the item is not showing this though, or showing why this is overriding the item. Oh. No, the item should be on there, so that should be working. Still. How potion duration scale with potion level? It can, but there's only one level for most potions right now. The only potions that have multiple levels are health potions. So that doesn't do any good. Okay, that good. Now we have 2 potions, mining and chopping. Yeah, so it says 1 minute, but it's actually 2 minutes. It just starts at 2 minutes, then goes down. I actually wonder if we should change that, how that works, and show like 2 minutes. How do we do that? I don't want to show 1 minute like 59 seconds. I think that's too much. Once it gets under 1 minute. Definitely interesting that doesn't get overridden though. Because the buff icon should be seeing the item data. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I didn't set that up. Buff bar. This has to be valid. There's no other way this can be even in here, so I don't understand. Why are we even doing this? Right, like if we fail, we're not even gonna do that. So I don't know why we split this. Did we mean to check? Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot. Item. If item is valid. Okay, let's go back in here. Let's drink our luck potion again. Oh, look, it just cleared it. Why? Why did that just clear it? Item is not valid. Where is this even happening? Let's put a breakpoint in here and let's go drink a luck potion. I'm confused. I forgot where this is even being applied. Like they last longer, but they don't stack as well. So we didn't even trigger in here, so this potion's not being... It must just be... We're applying it here, that's why. So yeah, this is the problem. We're applying it here, and so we're not able to put an item in with it. Yep, that's what's happening. Interesting. Well, actually, we can just fix this right here then, I guess, by plugging this in. Not ideal, but that's fine. That's probably why the other potions are working too. So never mind then. This just updates them afterward. Why are we doing this twice? And this is looking for consumable generic, which we don't have. I think I can just do potion. Like, what if I just did static or status potion and then just set that on all of our potions? This won't work. It's okay. We're just gonna set up the icons for what they should be. Wait, how is this one working then? Just because it has an item? But what? I'm confused. How is this working? I think my brain might be officially like done for the day. I'm not grasping how this is even working. How is this even functioning like this? Okay, remove an effect. Add the effect. Cool. And now let's go to the buff icon. Play. Okay, we're adding the buff. So it's finding mining. Oh, did I put the mining item in there? Yeah, I'm an idiot. This has a potion in here, and I don't know why this icon's not showing up. Okay, so this is the one I'm confused about. Oh, I know why. Because we're overriding it. Oh no, we're not. What? How are we getting this icon? Okay, do it again. This time we need to. Oh my god. This time we need to know how the luck potion is working. Why is that showing the icon? I'm so confused. GE lucky. But is there an item? It says none. Okay, so I'm an idiot. There is an item in here. Oh. No. This is not adding the potion luck. This is just adding lucky. Oh, I know why. This is not a thing anymore. Now we're adding this. It's fine. We're leaving this how it is. I would rather players see this because if you drink the potion or drink the drink or whatever, it's confusing. Like this should just be adding on here. It's fine. I don't know if is that drink doing it? That one drink, what is it called? Oh my god, can you quit moving my things around? We're looking for Astronomer's Tea. Nope, it adds GE Lucky. Okay, so when you drink this, you're going to get... Let's go test it. If you drink this, you're going to end up with 2 icons on your bar. Which is fine. I'm fine with that. Oh, maybe not actually. Oh, he will. Yeah. Oh, but it didn't trigger this thing. Oh, because we don't have that set up yet? We do. Does that not work for any other drinks either? Also, I think... Oh, that still didn't work. Wait, why is this not working now? Is this a breakpoint issue? No, because that one shouldn't have been. Why is that not working now? I'm gonna test it again without breakpoints because you never know. That like they just act weird with UI stuff. Okay, still it's not working. But does it work if I just eat it? Hold on, maybe it's an order of operations issue. Like maybe it's finding the wrong buff or something. If I eat a hamburger by itself. Oh, still not working. Okay, we've broken this. How and why? I love like that I don't even know how my own code works anymore. Just, I don't understand how it's working and why. Okay, this has an item. Yeah, it has an item. Don't look at it though. I don't know why that one always flickers. What? Stepping into that did not work. Didn't do anything. What is happening? Update consumable icon visuals is no longer connected or working on the HUD. I've had situations like this before where it randomly stops working because you rename it or something. That it works now. I bet you randomly it works now. Told ya. Why? I don't freaking know. Okay, now if we eat something else. Yeah, okay, so our buff bar is bugged, but that's okay. Any other food? Nope. Let's go eat some clam chowder. I think we're actually broken now. Yeah, I love this. Oh, this is 1 minute though. This should be longer than this should be like permanent. Hold on. That's interesting. Oh my god, could you imagine if this whole time when players took or used their astronomer's tea, it only lasted for the first 2 minutes? Because I'm about 99% sure that's what's happening right now. We have a lucky constant. And we have a lucky with a scalable duration of 120. I think that's been happening. I feel kind of bad right now. There's got to be a better way to do this, but I don't know what it is, so... $7.20. There should never be a lucky food, but drink astronomer tea. Lucky drink. I need to close some of these things, but we should really go put our things in. Okay, what is this? This is buff speed. Haste. Speed. What the hell is it called? Quickness? Yep. Poison immunity, antidote, poison prevention. Mining's good. Where is my thing? Wait, what is this? Steel skin immune? Wait. This must be something else? That doesn't matter. Health recovery, I don't think works right now. Maybe we'll go refactor that next. What's this one? Potion magic doesn't matter. Rejuvenation doesn't matter. Magic recovery doesn't matter. Resilience, those actually should matter, but Potion resilience. Okay, what's this? Potion speed. Potion buff speed versus potion speed. I have no idea what the difference is between these two. Sealskin cosmetic, weightlessness. Okay. Save everything. Look at all this junk I have open. So, man, here's another thing. I think if we have, no, actually maybe not. Yeah, I think if we take other, oh man, how do we do this? This is gonna be annoying. Slightly moldy toast. Hi. I missed the Sims music. Yeah, it was pretty good. Potion luck, GE lucky. Okay, so I think we're gonna run into a problem here. I think that if we, and this has probably been an issue for a while, and it's just been kind of a hidden issue. Well, we'll see. Okay, let's say we drink our astronomer's tea. We have 12 minutes of luck. Oh, wait. Wait. Is this, why is astronomer's tea 24 minutes? Did we change all of the drinks to be 24 minutes? I thought drinks were 12 minutes. Uh-oh. Drinking that did not update our icon. Why? Oh, it just adds a new one. Oh, that's food. I'm an idiot. Why is it not updating the icon? I'm really glad we refactored this, but so we should be removing all of the effects. If we remove all the effects, oh, hold on. No, we should be, never mind. We should be removing food and drink. Should remove all the effects from the food and drink, right? Yeah, it should. That should be working. I'm so confused though. Okay. Updating that, great. Now we drink the dizzy juice. Step into, step over, step into. We found the buff. What was the tag we were looking for? Consumable drink, great. Dizzy juice, step over, init buff icon. I think I know what's happening. I think what's happening is that we're updating the buff icon. Before the buff gets removed from the bar. So it updates the buff of the astronomer's tea to the dizzy juice. Great, works perfectly. And then that buff, a new one comes in and it removes that. No, then why would it not just put the new one on there? I don't know what's happening. What the heck is happening? Oh yeah, no, this shouldn't be removing it. Maybe we should be. Maybe every time we apply this, we should just be removing the old one. Oh yeah, maybe we're applying or adding a second one. Nope, item consumable food, so that should be removed already. So that should be removing it here. And then we get down here and we add a new one. We find it and we add it. So the only thing I can think, okay, so probably what's happening is, yeah, I think I know what's happening. I think the buff bar is not removing the buff yet. Because it hasn't ticked yet, right, to remove the buff. So this is being added on to the old buff, and then the new buff is coming in. But I don't know why the new buff is just like keeping the same icon. I'm confused by that. Dude, this is annoying. Maybe this needs its own thing. I don't know. I'm kind of stumped on this one. The thing is, when we add this one, it should trigger this, which should add a new one. Here, let's just step through this. Let's toggle. Let's breakpoint here, and let's breakpoint here. Okay. So eat a burger. We trigger that we've got a new widget or a new buff. Do. We set up the buff. Great. Create a buff. Oh. Wait, what? Why did we fail here? Especially since, like, this has been working. Oh, we're triggering it again. Wait, how is this working then? And why are we triggering it a third time? Oh, right, I'm an idiot. It's triggering all these. Okay, yep, that was to be expected. All those were execution. That's right. Okay. So none of those show up, but they're all just got triggered. Got it. Maybe we should just check that earlier in the thing. So we don't have to go through all that logic for no reason. Okay, anyway, we get here. We step over and we should trigger a different, yep, there we go, add new buff. Okay. Now we've finally added a widget, icon, great. Play. Now let's add some clam chowder next. This is, okay, so this is the buff that clam chowder is giving us. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to apply this. Okay, play. Oh, we never triggered that. Why didn't we trigger the new buff again? Why? Okay, we have to try it again. We're gonna step into it this time and make sure the buff actually gets applied. Maybe it's not being applied for some reason. The effects are, but the actual buff is not, which is the problem. All right, let's go burger and fries. Yep, that's all working. Zoom. Okay. Clam chowder. This is the effect of the clam chowder. Here's the client. Step into it. Step over. Step into. Step over. Step into. Okay. We're applying it. Let's go to our player controller. Let's add a breakpoint right here, and let's hit step over. Why is it not triggering it? Okay. Maybe what's happening is it's not applying it because it hasn't been actually removed yet. So this wouldn't trigger. What a pain. This wouldn't trigger if the gameplay effect couldn't be applied. It'll, if it's like updating it, it won't apply. It's a new one, which is probably what's happening. But if that's the case, why is it not just updating it? Like if this wasn't applying a new one because it already existed on there, that's fine. It should just be refreshing the time. But then how come it's not updating it with this? I don't know. I cannot wrap my head around this. Might be time to call it a day. It's been 5.5 hours, almost 6. Oh my god, it's almost been 6 hours. Okay, guys, let's get out of here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. I know we were supposed to do skill trees and dungeons today, but we got hung up on this. But this is gonna make skill trees much better because we can actually see our buffs properly. Except for food buffs, apparently, because this is causing a problem. I think what I'm going to end up doing is just checking to see if you have this effect active already. Maybe the tag. Do we have a tag for it? Don't even give it a tag. Maybe this is the problem. It's also not. It is set to be stackable. Maybe we need to change this. Maybe if it's not stackable, then it'll set a second one, and then that'll work. Sorry, testing one more thing, and then we're ending this. My brain just wanted to. I don't know. I need to see. Oh, it worked that time. Oh wait, or is this the, no wait, this is the buff, the clam chowder part, right? Get all the way to the end before we check to see if it's execution. We should really just check this in the beginning. Or wherever, where we get the G, right here, we check it right here probably. Yep, false, so step over. Okay, zoom. This is a good science thing. I think there's only one of these. Oh no, we failed there. Wait, what? Where did we fail? Somewhere in here, I think. Okay, this is buff eat. Okay, so it triggered. Do we fix the problem then? Oh, wait, what? Did we fail again? Find buff with tag. That's fine. Still didn't update it. Maybe that's because of our UI issues? Or the breakpoints, I mean. Nope. It looked like it changed and then came back. And that one just did. Oh my god, I'm stumped. I don't understand why this is happening. Why is it like getting rid of the buff? This has got to be. I don't know, man. Okay, let's get out of here. Writing Books, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Full name. All right, let's get going. I'm done for the day. I think I need a break. I'm stumped on this, so we'll fix all these bugs next time or tomorrow off stream. Anyway, you guys are the best. Thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the follows, and there's a resub. I think that was nice of you. I don't know how I missed that one. Like, there was a resub and a gifted sub. Sorry, Camp, I missed it. Anyway, thanks guys. I'll catch you guys next time. Bye.